to about 800 billion shillings by the end of the plan. Then also to increase the proportion of the national budget for local governments from about 15% to 18%, and also increase the share of job generation from 420,000 to about 600,000 jobs by the end of the plan. Next. So these are some of the initiatives that the government has come up with, especially within the Ministry of Finance. We have seen Myoga, they came on board in 2019. We have PDM, but in between there, we want to understand the impact of all these wealth creation initiatives. So we've come up with knowledge products. One of them is the Zonal Analytics and Policy Advisory. In this same room or around within the same area, we made a presentation on the Zonal Analytics and Policy Advisory in last year. Then also we have the SPEAR, which is the State of the Parish Economy and Asset Register, especially that tries to see development, planning coming from a parish, then going up. Then we also have the area-based community development, one that provides us with the potentials of every sub-region that we have in the country, and also its the contribution of the sub-regions to the national output. Then we have the big aim of the tenfold by the year 2040, and this has been popularized. I know we are all aware of this strategy that was published, brought up in 2025. Now, the tenfold growth strategy has a target, and that target is to move us from 500 billion USD to about, 50 billion USD to about 500 billion USD by the year 2040. And how do we do that? We are prioritizing 4 sectors. That is agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based industrialization, and science and technology. Those are the anchor sectors that the strategy has identified to propel us to that dream of 500 billion USD. And these are some of the assumptions that underlie the strategy. There are many, but we only picked out those that we feel relate well with local governments. Next. Yeah. Now, for these ATMs to be delivered successfully, we need to do the following. One is to commercialize and formalize farming. We know we are an agricultural country, but the way we do agriculture is not sustainable enough to be able to positively contribute to the tenfold growth. So we need to commercialize and also formalize our agriculture, and also develop and deepen structured trade in value-added agricultural commodities. Then also under tourism, we still want to increase the tourist inflows 5-fold. And how do we measure this? We shall be measuring that through these 2 indicators. One, spend per tourist, and also length of stay. Under mineral and oil-based industrialization, we want to finalize the quantification of our mineral resource in the country. We are aware that last week, or I think this week, Minister of Energy was presenting to us the results of the Karamoja survey and Lamo survey. So that one is telling us that we have enough that we have not done. So we need to finalize the quantification so that we are aware of what mineral potential we have in the country, so that we can harness that. And also commercialize mining operations. Currently, the way we do our mining within our local governments is not to the expectation. So we need to commercialize and also develop that area. Under science and technology, we want to add value to our traditional economy. The way we are, the innovation space that we have, is it the one that wants to drive us to that aspiration of the 500? No. So we need to add value to our innovation space so that we see that it contributes highly. And this is a multiplier for all of these other other sectors of of the tenfold growth strategy. Next. Now, when we look at all these targets that we have come up with, there are underlying issues that may inhibit the achievement of these targets. And we picked those that particularly relate with local governments. One is agro-industrialization, infrastructure challenges. It's a big issue. And you all bear witness that, one, we have poor conditions of rural roads, especially those that lead us to our markets. Then also irrigation is an issue. We have low production and productivity, and this is on account of counterfeits that we see across local governments. We have limited agro-processing, especially we don't have enough data to see how many these agro-processing facilities do we have in the country. Then, the other challenge is on access to finance and credit. The high cost of credit is also another challenge. And the other is PDM diversion of funds. And now local governments have to help us in that. When selecting those that are beneficiaries, are they using that money for the intended purpose? It's an issue that we have to address. Otherwise, if we don't address that, then we may not get the positive results of the PDM. Next. Then the other issue is on tourism development. We have issues of low or poor quality accommodation facilities. The inspection, I don't know whether it is the inspection that is a challenge, but we see that most of our local governments, the quality of accommodations are poor, and we need to work on that. Because it's until we have good quality accommodation, then we can be able to attract enough tourists for those two indicators that I mentioned. Then poor roads, especially those in rural areas or those leading to tourist sites. Most of them are poor, and we need to work on them. We have the 1 billion with us, but how are we using it is an issue. We need to prioritize those roads that are leading to tourist attractions. Trade order and waste management, those in Nakawa and the rest, you bear witness. The way we do our trade activities along the roadsides, it does not give a good picture for a tourist to be attracted to come and spend some time within the country. So we need to work on that. Even waste management, how we litter our waste. Do we have enough dust bins around and so on and so forth? We need to work on such so that we improve the way we manage our waste. Then the other thing, in local governments, we have overlooked the tourist department. I don't know whether we have even a department, but that particular thing in local governments is overlooked. We need to work on that so that we promote domestic tourism within our local governments. Next. Then the other issue, under middle-based, we have identified two. One is on royalties. The act is in place. It has increased the thresholds, but then are the people aware of these thresholds? We need to disseminate this information to them. But also when this money comes to our local governments, then how are we using this money to be able to develop the local government? So we need to also work on that. But the other thing also is on artisanal miners. Our artisanal miners are not registered. They are they are conducting their economic activities informally. We need to register them so that we get benefit out of these artisanal miners as a local government, but also as a country at large. These are some of the priority minerals that government has come up with in the tenfold strategy. And I believe most of us here know where these minerals are and how we are benefiting out of them. So we need only to harness them so that we get the best out of them. That's the map showing us how far we are in terms of our mineral occurrences in the country. I think it is small because of the screen, but I think the point here is most of the local governments have got gold deposits. How are we harnessing this mineral potential that we have in a particular local government? That's an issue that we have to look at. Next. Under ICT, we have identified still issues. Infrastructure, limited internet connectivity. In many local governments, this is an issue. Then also promotion of regional and STI hubs. It is also another issue whereby we have low commitment by local governments to initiate such initiatives government has put in place. Then limited support for the creative industry. We see we have a very big creative industry, one that we can harness and get a revenue out of it. But currently, the way we are dealing with them is not sufficient to see that they generate enough revenue for us. Next. Yeah, we have a strategy in place that wants to promote the STI. We need to also study it and understand how it wants to contribute to the STI promotion in the country. Next. We have interventions by government, especially to do with the cost of credit. But we realize that most of the local governments are not aware of the existence of such facilities. So interest yourself to know which facilities best benefit your citizens within that particular local government. We have PDM, EMIOGA, SBRF, the Small Business Recovery Fund. We have Investment for Industrial Transformation and Employment, which is INVITE. We have GROW, we have SCF, and many others. All these are there to help, one, to increase disposable income among people, but also to be able to engage themselves in economic activities that generate enough revenues for the country to grow. Now, for us to know how these are going to impact, we need data. And that data is very important. So as a ministry, currently, we have come up with several initiatives, but among them, we have the area-based commodity development portal. That portal shows us the potential for every sub-region in its volumes and productivity, then also production. So we need to interact with that portal so that we see where we fall and how best we can use such information to see that we increase our productivity and production within that sub-region. Then also we have the state of the parish economy and asset register. My colleague will be talking about that. But for us to harness the advantages of the portal, we see it will contribute to agro-industrialization, it will contribute to export growth and trade, infrastructure planning, private sector development, and foreign direct investment, and also the STI we are talking about. So we need to check that portal. The link is there, so for you to be able to know how your sub-region is performing in terms of its volume potentials in the agriculture sector. At this moment, I'll invite my colleague from UBOS to take us through the SPIA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kasim. My name is Leonard Akik. I work with Uganda Bureau of Statistics. So briefly to take us through the SPIA, that is State of the Parish Economy and the Asset Register. SPIA aims at helping government to identify development gaps and tailor plans to local needs. You know, at the moment, we are kind of taking plans from the top to bottom, but now we are changing. We want plans to come from the bottom to the top. So government of Uganda is prioritizing SPIA reporting to promote targeted planning and spending. That's what I've just said. Everything that's why some of the programs may not be going on well, because we are just pushing them from top to bottom. We want them to come from the bottom to the top. So for us as UBOS, in collaboration with other MDAs, we are spearheading the production of local government statistics to inform SPIA. Now SPIA is a report which will be produced annually and submitted by the accounting officers to the Minister of Finance. Proceed. So SPIA, we aim at aligning the emerging data needs and dynamics. For example, we have PDM, SPIA, Paris Action Plans, NDP4, all of those need data. And this data, we expect it to SPIA to play a contribution in giving us this information. And also to improve the inter-institutional coordination, which is existing, but we want to improve on it, and also to eliminate the overlaps. At the moment, you find the MDAs going to the local governments asking for the same information. But we are saying this information can be got from one data bank. Instead of Minister of Finance asking for this, Minister of Local Government comes for this, NPA comes for this, but we are saying, can we have all this information consolidated in one place? So the focus is currently on community profiling and administrative data, and the people who collected data for SPEAR are the parish chiefs, CDOs, and the statistics committee members, and on different thematic areas, that's community, characteristics, financial services, education, health, manufacturing, roads, and all of those. So the means of ICT has developed the local government statistics app in the PDMIS, which is the application that we use for data collection. So the different MDAs, that is UBOS, Minister of ICT, Minister of Finance, we have collaborated and developed the template for SPEAR reporting. The SPEAR report will be auto-generated. When you enter data in the application, you produce it from the system directly. It will be containing the already predetermined indicators. So we are saying local governments should embrace proactiveness towards statistical development, planning and budgeting. Now, it is not only planning and budgeting for statistics, but also expenditure. You can plan and budget, but you don't spend on statistics. And also to enhance the supervision. The local governments should enhance supervision, constitute and strengthen the functionality of the statistics committees, and also solidify partnerships with other MDAs. Now, on supervision, the CDOs, the planners should be involved because the CAOs are the ones to submit the SPEAR reports. So we want the CAOs to submit data which is validated, which you have validated, you as heads of department, CDOs, and the parish chiefs. Proceed. So we expect, the expectation is from the SPEAR, from the tool, the local government app. Number one is the SPEAR report, that is which will be submitted annually by the accounting officers, and also we expect the local government to produce the statistical abstracts. So as a way forward, UBOS and Minister of ICT, we have embarked on the collection of data, and so far in the central region, we have collected data from Makindye Division, Mukono Central, Mpigi, Butambala has been trained, so data collection hasn't started. So as the overall, we have so far collected data from, we have trained in 20 local governments. So because of the demand, we are developing the e-training tools and materials. So the next phase of the training, it's going to be online training, and we shall be training per region. So we also call upon accounting officers, those are the CAOs and town clerks, the local government planners, the PDM coordinators, to support the process of training and the data collection. So my presentation was brief. I want to thank you so much. Before I conclude, I have an announcement that tomorrow after this engagement, we shall have the dissemination of small area statistics from the census which was conducted last year. And we shall request the CAOs or town clerks, the RDC or RCC, planning, finance, education, health, production, community, and commercial services to attend that engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leonard, Kiki, and Kasim, for that presentation. We should give them another round of applause. Okay, we're moving on to the next presentation. And just make sure that you note any comment or questions that you have on the program. We shall have an opportunity to discuss it after the next two presentations. So let's welcome Accountant General's Office.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ivan Vobia from Accountant General's Office. I'm going to do a presentation on capital budgeting. So we shall look through, those are the foreign bullets which we are going to look through. We can go to introduction. Okay, following the implementation of IFMS in 2022, government decided to enhance fixed asset module. And one of the areas which we looked at was the automation of assets on the system. Previously, government used to depreciate 100% of the assets which they used to buy on the system. So it was difficult for us as government to track all the assets which are being owned by the government and their location. So when we got that opportunity to enhance IFMS, that's when we brought in the automation of asset register once you spend money on the budget line of the asset. So the CapEx will basically include the planning cycle of the assets. How do we spend and how our asset register are updated once we spend budget amounts on the budget lines. So with that way introduction, our focus basically will be on how do we properly plan and budget for the assets, how do we execute them, how do we avoid mischarges, misclassification, and misinformation. So how do we plan for these assets? The Asset Management Framework Guideline 2020 stipulates that every vote should have an asset plan in place. And these plans are linked to assets which we are going to acquire during the period. How are we going to maintain them? Which one are we going to replace? Those ones which are going to dispose, and those ones which may need to diversify. So I will start with this asset strategic plan. As I said, section 6, 1.2 of the asset management framework requires every vote to prepare an asset management plan which is in line with the development plan and NDP4. So basically this plan will cover a period of minimum of 3 years, and it will stipulate the votes to include the assets which they are going to acquire within that framework, which assets are they going to maintain, those ones which need replacement, and those ones which may need to be disposed of. And more so, it's important to budget for all the costs which are related to dispose of those assets and the revenues which we expect once we sell off those assets. Next point. Now from the asset strategic plan, we zero down to the asset annual plan. The asset strategic plan is a big picture of what assets we are planning to do within our strategy. But now the asset annual plan will give us the assets which we are going to acquire during the period of the 12 months of the next financial year. So for the next financial year, which we are going to have the 26-27, we expect every vote to have this in place. What assets are you going to acquire during the financial year? Which one are you going to maintain? Those ones which need replacement and those ones which need disposal. Now we have our guiding tool as far as assets concerned, and this is the chart of accounts. So without the knowledge in the chart of accounts, it's difficult for you to be able to execute your budget on assets. So when we enhance the IFMS, we revise the chart of accounts. So currently we have 67 categories of assets, but these have been categorized in 2 to 4. So we have the category 1, which is called stock. Stock, these are basically assets which we have bought in a prior period. Then we have the acquisitions. These are basically assets which we are acquiring during the financial year. Then we have the improvement. These are basically asset costs related to increase either the value of the asset or to improve the useful life of the asset. And then the last one, the transfers or donation. These are assets which we expect to receive either from the line ministries or from our donors. Proceed. So the chart of accounts has also given us more highlight on the classes of the assets. We previously used to have one class that was non-produced assets, but we have enhanced to have different classes of assets, such as the produced assets. For example, the roads, the inventories such as the materials and supplies, the valuables such as the national treasuries, the non-produce assets such as land and minerals, and then the financial assets such as starting next financial year. So it's very important to appreciate the item master. Now, what our current practice? So entities are currently charging budgets, recurrent budgets, to procure assets, which undermines the automatic update of the asset register. So you find when the entity has misbudgeted, instead of putting the budget under a budget of assets, they put it under recurrent. So if, for example, if you are going to construct roads, instead of putting the money under roads, you go and put it under fuel. So somebody will go and purchase fuel, but idea when this fuel is supposed to be part of the cost of the road. So we'll be having those expenditures posted under fuel, which is a consumable, as not being updated in the asset register. Then others use the maintenance budgets to procure assets, which deteriorates the information regarding the asset maintenance vis-a-vis the asset acquisition. I'll give you an example. If I've used the budget for maintenance of building and I use it for acquisition for construction of a new building. So that means my expenditure regarding the maintenance will be high, yet my side of the expenditure on the acquisition of the building may be low. So this may cause over and under expenditure in the different categories. Then others are budgeting assets which are not under their mandate. We had a different one municipal during when we are reviewing the accounts for last financial year. They had a budget under classified. So because they wanted to spend, they went and you find the asset register, the budget, the expenditure side is reading classified expenditure, but actually when you go to check what they are about is something different. So it's very important to make sure that where we budget, the assets should be under our mandate. Others randomly select the items without paying attention whether these items are linked to the budget line of the assets which they are using. What are the common mistakes? As I said, that stock relates to assets acquired in the previous financial year. When we upgraded the system, we had instances where votes had budgeted under stock. So it was difficult for them to execute that budget. Because it was our first year, we had to shift these budgets and pass them to the acquisition. But now we have locked that one IFMI. So if you wrongly budget under stock, you will not be able to spend that money. So that means you have to go back to the parliament where they approve the budget. Others use improvement codes to purchase new assets. You have the budget under improvement, and you have agreed that improvement budget is basically to improve the already existing asset. If you use it to budget to acquire new assets, already you have another queries. Others use the acquisition cost to improve the existing assets. These are contrary different. As we said, the expenditure codes for acquisition should only be for acquiring new assets. Those ones of improvement should be only to improve the existing assets. Others use 2 series or the expenses to acquire assets. As I said, the moment you use the recurrent budget to acquire the assets, such assets will not be updated in the asset register. You find you have an expenditure on the system, but when you go to asset register, even if you have bought that asset, it will not be in the asset registers. Now, what is government planning to do? So with the item master, I will start with the advantage, and then I talk about what we are planning to do. So when we have a good item master, it will enable us to have consistent and accurate recording in order to reduce on the errors and the discrepancies in the transaction. So once you enter your transaction on the right item, that means you have the right asset register. 2, it will provide or facilitate the analysis of data to aid decision making in terms of the assets which we have acquired, those ones which are improved, and those costs which are related to maintenance of the assets. It will also enable us to mitigate the risk of mischarges and misreporting. So having a right item master will also enable us to comply with the international standards of accounting. And also, as government, we are planning to enhance that, to introduce the inventory module. So once people appreciate the use of the item master, that's when we can introduce the inventory module. So as to be able to know which inventory are we having, what one, how many have we issued out, and those ones which are remaining in stock. Now, what is our plan as the Minister of Finance? We are planning to rock the item master. Next financial year. This financial we can't do it because the budgets were already done and they have mistake. So come next financial, we are looking at the item master. Looking at the item master means that once you choose an item, when you are entering a transaction, when you are entering a requisition system, you will not be able to go and change the expenditure account where you normally put the budget line where you want to charge. For instance, if I've chosen the item of fuel and lubricant, the system will not allow me to go and change and put another budget line altogether. So this calls us for proper budgeting. So if you know you are going to purchase assets, please let's ensure that our budgets for assets are budgeted well. If we are going to maintain, let's ensure the budgets are under maintenance. Because we are having a lot of audit queries from Auditor General, why the system are allowing such mischarges. So we are doing a mispresentation to, as Minister of Finance when we go to PAC when we are presenting our financial statements. So as we are planning to do that, also we are not sitting back, we are planning to have a detailed training for the IFMS users, particularly in the asset management module. So we are preparing to have this in the regional offices, and we are calling all the users. Previously, we have been calling only the accountants, the super users, but we want to call all the heads of department to appreciate what we are talking about. So we are going to do, it's not going to be maybe twice or thrice before the end of this financial year. That's what we are planning to focus on. So in conclusion, it's visualized that our strategic approach to asset planning and budgeting would drive long return. And it's now time to take decisive action to use the right chart of accounts that are in line with the asset which we intend to acquire, maintain, and improve. With the effective use of the item master, the CapEx budgeting will be enhanced, hence resolve the current execution challenges that translates into reporting and audit concerns related to assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for that presentation. For me, I've only picked 3 points. There are 3 key points that I've picked. One of them is that you should be careful at the point of planning to make sure that you don't put the wrong items in the wrong place, because item master is going to be locked and you cannot change it, and therefore you might end up mischarging, and that's an audit query. Those are the points that I've picked. So take care. I'm told that there's going to be a training. So when that training comes up, I request that we send the right people who are going to actually use the system so that they don't make this mistake. So thank you again, Isaac, and we'll proceed to the next presentation, which is on local government guidelines on PIMS. So you're welcome, Kristen.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. Chair, allow me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Christine Mataka Oluka, and I'm going to share the draft public investment management guidelines for the local government. I'll be sharing the background, the methodology, the common challenges in the PIM for local governments, the findings and the recommendations, the proposed public investment management cycle, as well as the conclusion and the prayer. Public investment remains one of the government's most effective instruments in stimulating economic growth, enhancing service delivery, as well as transforming our communities. However, for us to realize these benefits, these investments must be well planned, efficiently managed, and aligned to our national priorities. So, in recognition of this, and in line with the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 171, as amended, the PIMS was established as a mechanism to manage the entire public investment cycle. And over the years, government has had several reforms to improve PIMS. Yet, despite local governments being key players in advancing the public investment agenda, there is still no clear framework on how they should plan, implement, as well as manage these investments. It's therefore against this background that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has developed the local government public guidelines with the goal of enhancing consistency, improving the quality of public investments, and ensuring greater value for money for the citizens. The intention is to provide a clear direction to the local governments in appraisal and monitoring of the investment projects, as well as strengthening Uganda's PIMS at local governments. Now, how did we come up with these proposed guidelines? A needs assessment was undertaken. We documented the existing local government PIM procedures, the processes, and the structures in the project formulation as well as implementation to identify the strength, the gaps, and the areas that needed improvement. Now, consultations were also taken in sampled areas, sampled local governments in the regions of the North, the East, the West, and the Central. So from these consultations, we discovered a number of challenges, which included the following: at the design and appraisal stage. Next slide, please. There was lack of systematic appraisal and documentation. And the MDAs designed projects not aligned to the local priorities. So during the selection and budgeting, at the selection and budgeting stage, it was discovered that there were competing projects against limited resources. There was political influence which outweighed the technical decisions and low standard costs compared to the actual estimates. At the procurement and contract stage, we noted a late start of procurement processes, limited capacity of contractors, as well as poor workmanship. At the operation and maintenance phase, we noted the infrastructure was in disrepair, facilities remained unused after completion, and lack of complementary amenities. These challenges highlight the importance of following the PIM guidelines to ensure effective public investment management at the local government level. The key findings include, one, local governments have basic procedures for project design and implementation, weak project appraisal processes, inadequate environmental, social, and health safeguards, among others. Now these, as you may have seen, have led to, among others, unfinished classrooms in some areas, unfunctional healthy centers, empty markets or slaughterhouses, and idle facilities, as well as some dams which are not functional. So what did the study recommend? They recommended that there is need to document local government PIM procedures in the new guidelines, as well as to strengthen the project appraisal and supervision requirements. We also need to plan for the operation and maintenance phases, as well as enhanced local government autonomy and capacity to manage these public investments. Now, we proposed the local government public investment management cycle as shown, having 5 different stages. The first one is the project design and appraisal. So here we have the project, we plan for the project activities, we evaluate the viability of the project and determine the implementation approach. Now, at the project selection and budgeting stage, we choose which investments shall be pursued, and we also create the financial plans. The third stage is the procurement and contract management, where we will be acquiring providers and supervising the project delivery. Here we have the procurement, the contract management, which will include supervision, monitoring, and construction if it involves construction at this stage, as well as closure and commissioning of the project. Now, at the operations and maintenance stage, we'll be managing the day-to-day use and ensuring the project remains functional. You must ensure that the project has operational plans, maintenance schedules, and implementation of the operation and maintenance plans. Now, in the ex-post evaluation, we need to assess the impact of the project, whether the project meets its original objectives. This is to obtain information that will help you design better new projects. Now, the proposed institutional framework, please, next. The institutional framework will guide on the approval process and the execution process. At the approval process, the department team shall prepare the project, and the technical planning committee shall serve as the project preparation committee. The district executive committee shall function as the project review committee, and the standing committee of the council shall act as the project approval committee. The local government council shall give the final approval as part of the annual budgeting process. Now, during the project execution, the project implementation team shall provide the day-to-day oversight of the contractors. A joint team of the DEC and the TPC shall form the project steering committee. This project steering committee shall track progress against budgets, timelines, and performance indicators. This framework is mainstreamed into the existing local government institutions rather than creating a new one. Now, the proposed project design and appraisal. The department teams shall identify projects based on the demand and the cost effectiveness based on strategic plans, and present it to the technical planning committee for approval. At the profiling, the proposed guidelines have included a template that will guide on profiling the project. During appraisal, the project preparation team shall ensure that they prepare the project appraisal document to include the technical, the financial, the social, the environmental assessments, as well as risk mapping. And they must ensure that the land is verified and obtain any necessary approvals. This is because local governments are banned from erecting projects on land which they have no legal ownership. Once this is confirmed, they've got to record the visible projects in the local government development plan. Now, at the proposed project selection and budgeting stage, the Standing Committee Council should ensure that the project cost fits within the available resource envelope. They need to ensure that the current need and demand is still relevant for the coming financial year. They also need to ensure that the project is aligned to the National Development Plan, among others. Now, at the budgeting process, next slide. They need to, the proposal suggests that, the guidelines suggest that the only completed appraised projects should be entered into the program budgeting system. So, once the project has completed appraisal, the details are entered into the system for the approval process to take place. Now, the approved projects should be displayed on the notice boards for the public. At the procurement and the contract management stage, the procurement disposal unit should ensure that an up-to-date list of pre-qualified providers is listed before the beginning of the financial year. Now, at the procurement start, it will start in July and complete by the end of the first quarter. So during project bid evaluation, the project bid evaluation should be completed within 15 working days from bid opening. And for contract signing, approvals should be obtained within 7 working days for the MDAs and 14 working days for the Solicitor General. At implementation, project implementation team shall verify and ensure immediate execution after contract signing. And at the closure stage, there is need to rectify the defects during the liability period before the final payment. Local governments should avoid awarding multiple contracts to the same contractor at the same time. For every project, the CAO or town clerk will appoint the project implementation team to provide oversight. Now, at the project operation and maintenance phase, the guidelines guide that there's need to prepare and use project operation manuals covering 1 year. We also need to ensure complementary functional amenities are available, among others. On the maintenance, there's need to prepare maintenance schedules for regular servicing. As you know, some projects have opened up roads, for example, and these roads lack maintenance schedules. So when it rains, before you know it, the road is covered up, and you cannot tell whether there was a road or not. So this is really, really important to ensure that the road remains functional. So there is need to also submit the maintenance reports to monitor progress. Now, at the proposed ex post evaluation, the guidelines assess the impact of the project 3 to 5 years after completion. Next. Next slide, please. Now, this will be focusing on the benefits, the outcomes accrued from the project, including its impact on the local community. We'll be assessing the relevancy of the project, the coherency of the project, effectiveness of the project. Did the project achieve the intended output or outcomes, as well as the sustainability, the continuation of benefits after the project conclusion. So we are saying that the local government public investment management system is a key step towards ensuring that public resources are directed to the right priorities, implemented efficiently, and deliver tangible results for our communities. Following this consultative meeting, it is important to carry forward a shared commitment to strengthening planning, transparency, and accountability, ensuring that each investment is efficiently managed to contribute to sustainable development and enhancement of service delivery for the citizens. Chair, the above is for your information and to request for support in providing input on the local government public investment management system guidelines, as well as their validation with the view of strengthening the framework for improved budgeting and enhanced service delivery. For further clarification, please contact us at pap@finance.go.ug. Chair, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine, and let's give her another round of applause. Okay, the next, I've been requested to include a presentation by Bank of Uganda. I don't know whether they are ready. If they, okay. While she's coming, I would like to note a few things coming from Christine's presentation. Number one, these are draft guidelines for the public investment management system in local governments. And number two, that it's here for consultation. We are giving you this draft and we need your input, your comments, such that when we come up with the final guidelines, at least your input has been taken into consideration. So what we get from here, we take it to top management for approval, and after it has been approved, we expect adherence to these guidelines, and regularly we shall be checking for compliance to these regulations. So please note down your comments, and then we'll deal with it in the discussion after this presentation. So I'd like to welcome the lady from Bank of Uganda. You're welcome. The presentation is basically going to give us an insight on the credit provisions that are available, I think, in Bank of Uganda, and how we as the public can benefit, and probably some facts about banking. So you're welcome.
Thank you,
Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Jean Martina Inembabazi from the Administered Funds Department in Bank of Uganda. This is a department that was put forward to manage the funds by the government to the people. So Ministry of Finance, in partnership with Bank of Uganda and the private participating institutions, render this money to the public. And today I would like to communicate and tell you about this money so that maybe we can disseminate it to our people in our communities. So, Administered Funds Department currently has two facilities it is issuing to the people. That is the Agriculture Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund. Allow me begin with the Agriculture Credit Facility. So we shall have our introduction, the structures, how it operates, the salient features, who is eligible, the eligible projects, the non-eligible projects, the application requirements, the block allocation system, how it's performing as of June 2025, And then the key achievements, challenges, and the upcoming amendments in the Memorandum of Understanding. So the background. Bank of Uganda, its mission is to promote price stability and a sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation. Socio-economic transformation is for the person down, the late man. So how is Bank of Uganda enforcing that? So one of the ways is through the Administered Funds Department and these two facilities. So the bank's role is in promoting development financing is demonstrated through the administration of SCF and SBRF. SCF was established in 2009, and its objective was to support commercialization of agriculture. However, the role and achievements of SCF have since gone beyond that, but that was the reason and the backbone of its establishment. The eligible projects for funding are those involved primarily in agriculture, agro-processing, and grain trade. It is a public-private partnership between the government of Uganda and the participating financial institutions. Bank of Uganda in here is just a fund administrator for the government of Uganda. So the SCF structure, like I had mentioned, are the commercial banks, then Uganda Development Bank, the government of Uganda through Ministry of Finance, credit institutions, micro-deposit taking institutions, and all these work together to provide loans to eligible borrowers. So how does this scheme operate? You can see part one is the borrower applies for a loan through the participating financial institution. I'm sorry, I did not break those down. Those are all commercial banks, UDBL, credit institutions, and micro-deposit taking institutions. Once these participating institutions vet the borrower and see that they are eligible for financing, they send the application to Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda also does its credit appraisal, and it either requests for additional information should it not find what they've sent adequate, or an offer letter once they see that the loan is eligible for financing. If they ask for additional information, the cycle kind of repeats. The participating institution has to first submit it to Bank of Uganda, verifies again, and then the offer letter comes in. So once the offer letter comes in, the participating institution disburses the amount requested by the borrower to the borrower. And then thereafter requests for government's contribution. It's like I had mentioned, it's a partnership. Government of Uganda contributes 50% or 70%, depending on the grade of the financial institution, which we're going to see on the next slides. And then the participating institutions remit the other percentage. After that, government of Uganda, after the participating financial institution has requested for its reimbursement, Bank of Uganda gives them back their portion of the money. The salient features. We have the agriculture credit facility and then the grain trade facility under the agriculture credit facility. The grain trade facility is for grain traders, and it came in when the bumper harvests were so much, and then people were selling grain at even like 300,000 per kilo. 300 shillings per kilogram. So they brought in the grain trade facility so that farmers and producers can be able to either hoard, be able to keep and manage the harvests if they need granaries, if they need to dry them, or those that need to buy in bulk and then process. So it's a bit different from SCF, it's just a branch. So the maximum loan amount in the General Agriculture Credit Facility is 2.1 billion, while in the Grain Trade Facility it is 10 billion. We understand people dealing in grain may need more working capital than those dealing in agriculture, plainly. Then the maximum loan period for agriculture credit facility is 8 years, while for grain trade it's 2 years. Again, because we believe that in 2 years you should have finished processing, and since it's trade, you buy, you process, sell, buy again. So we believe 2 years should be the maximum you need that money. The maximum grace period for agriculture is 3 years. However, that is given to you only if you need it as a borrower. It's not a must that every borrower will get a grace period. Neither is it a must that if you get the grace period, you shall get all the 3 years. For grain trade, it is 0 because we want to keep the economy moving. So we do not let you just hold the money and not use it. The minimum loan period in both schemes is 6 months. And then the maximum interest rate charged is 12% and 15% respectively. Why I say maximum is some banks may give you at 10%. We do not refuse them from giving at 10%. But they should not exceed 12 and 15%. The facility fees or the processing fees are 0.5%. And we really insist on that as Bank of Uganda so that the loan is affordable. You find some of these institutions charging 2%, charging 2.3%, but we insist on 0.5% so that the processing fees or the cost you're incurring to get this loan is not high. The interest rate to Bank of Uganda is nil. Bank of Uganda or our bosses, Ministry of Finance, do not get any interest from this money. They just want to disseminate it to the people so that they may be able to access these funds at an affordable rate, 12%, 15%, and a processing fees of just 0.5%. You know, we have small borrowers. If someone is borrowing 1 million and then you're removing from them 2%, that means you're removing from them about 20,000. And then maybe he had planned this 1 million to the dot. So we try to ensure that the borrowers are not pressed so much. So the contribution, it's 50-50 for agriculture credit facility and tier 1 and 2 financial institutions. From tier 3 onwards, credit institutions and micro deposit taking institutions, Government of Uganda contributes 70% and they contribute 30%. For grain trade, it's 50-50, no matter the tier of the institution. So who is eligible for SEF? Individuals, partnerships, and companies. So people may assume that I only have to be registered. No, even as an individual, you as yourself, you can come and get this loan. Even your unregistered business can get this loan under your name. So it may be me, Jean, trading as XYZ agricultural processors. It's not a must that you must be registered, because we want to ensure even the least person can be able to get this money. So the eligible projects. So one of the first is acquisition of agricultural machinery, post-harvest handling equipment, and any other machinery needed in your agro-processing farm or business. This is because we want to modernize and mechanize agriculture. We want to make so that people do not just sell. If I harvest maize, I don't just sell the maize. Maybe let me dry the maize and make flour and then sell. Because once I do that value addition, I gain more, the economy gains more. If I'm to export, I export at a higher price, and then our balance of payments and trade are improved. SEF also supports land opening, paddocking, dam excavation, livestock improvement, and livestock improved pasture. So some people may have land, but it can't be used. It has ant hills. It's really land that you can't plant in or you can't send your animals to go eat in. So land opening, they give you the money if you need to dig, plow, make it soft, be able to plant if you want to, be able to put in pasture to let the animals go graze. It's an acceptable project. Number 3, we have purchase of agricultural inputs. That is like pesticides, fertilizers, seeds. It's not limited to that. Each and everything you may need to better your farm or your plantation is also acceptable. Then we have acquisition of biological assets. These are living things. If you want to purchase living things, that is, you want to buy calves, piglets, kids of goats, you want to buy seedlings, banana suckers, pineapple suckers, name it but a few. It's also acceptable. So if you want to purchase grain and trade it, if you want to acquire agro-processing facilities, that is your granary and whatnot, irrigation and any other agro-processing purpose. However, we do not accept trading, cattle trading and buying and selling tomorrow, no. Refinancing of a loan facility is not acceptable. Purchase of land and planting trees. I beg to defend the planting of trees. It's because our maximum loan period is 8 years, but then trees maybe need like 10 years to be profitable. So that's why trees are not considered. The application requirements are your normal bank requirements that you need. Once you approach your bank, you shall need all those requirements from collateral, bankable proposal, and whatnot. The block allocation system. This is a system where banks can send borrowers of less than 20 million in one application. So they huddle them up and send. So people send from as little as 300,000 to 19.9 million. It can be, it's acceptable to come without registered collateral. So the performance of SCF as of 30th June 2025, of all the participating financial institutions, 20 are active, 15,346 loan applications have been received, and then 7,666 have been disbursed at 1.23 trillion Ugandan shillings. That is how much they have SCF has contributed to the economy. The key achievements are stated there. I've been mentioning them as we have been speaking. However, we have had a number of challenges, but we are working to continue and try to slim those challenges. Allow me to go to the Small Business Recovery Fund very fast.
5 minutes in the interest of time.
Yes,
5 minutes.
please. We all have the brochures on our tables, so even when I try to hurry up, you can keep looking through them and be able to see how these loans have been participating or how they have been moving. Can we go to the eligibility criteria? Yes. Thank you. So a borrower or group of borrowers can only access this facility once in the Small Business Recovery Fund, unlike in the Agriculture Credit Facility. So multiple borrowing is not allowed even if you're using different banks. All businesses eligible in SCF are not eligible in SBRF. And then here the maximum loan amount is 200 million because we believe you are a small business. Funds under SBRF can be used to refinance an existing facility which was not under SCF, and also SBRF also has the block allocations. The salient features are in the brochure. Allow me to jump those and I go to the performance of SBRF as of June 2025. The number of active PFIs is 9. The applications received is 3,640. And then the value of the applications is 72 billion, while 59.17 billion has been disbursed. There are upcoming amendments to SBRF. They want to change the name from SBRF to Small Business Fund, since we believe the effects of COVID have since reduced and want to include all businesses that were even established after COVID. Then it's to permit repeat borrowing, like before it wasn't. Then we want to allow the banks to be able to make provisions of 50% of their liability so that they do not bear the whole provision as it depletes their capital. Want to remove the limitations on turnover, total assets, and number of employees, increase the loan amount to 300 million, and then introduce a new clause to permit the participation of Tier 4 institutions. that are regulated by BAU. That's basically SACCOs. We have now about 3 SACCOs registered under BAU and want to make the funds, both SEF and SBRF, to be able to be remitted by those as well. Thank you so much, Chair, for the time. And for any other questions, please, you can approach me in the bricks or look through the brochures. They summarize a good deal of the features and the eligibility criteria. And there is a toll-free number, as long as it's called between 9 to 5 p.m. on working days. They will be able to answer your questions in case I cannot answer all the questions today. It's also at the back of the brochure. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay. Another round of applause. Okay, thank you very much, BOU, for that presentation. I guess for me, really, I'm excited about the numbers, the people who are already benefiting, and some of us didn't know really that these provisions were there. So please take advantage and apply for these facilities. Now we are coming to the last part of this session, which is discussion. And I would like to hand over to the co-chair, Mr. Simon Peter Oregeje, to moderate this next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Good morning once again, everybody. I know I've sat for some time. Can we just stand up briefly? The place is quite squeezed. I can hear the sound of chairs. But I just want you to do this. Say 1 plus 1 equals 2. And then 2 plus 2 equals 4. That one I know no one can succeed apart from me. Thank you so much. Can resume your seats. All right. Okay. May I welcome Shaka for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again. Shaka is my name, and I'm from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I am just here for a small exercise, which exercise is critical to all of us. Thank you for coming during this time of the consultation. Among what we are going to do, those are some of the things government is doing new. The challenges realized over time, the challenges under implementation, we had information gap, communication, awareness. So now we have started. As Minister of Finance, we have a survey form. I'm sure all of us, we are looking at it on your screen, but it's going to be a practical exercise. And within 2 minutes, actually, to me, it is a lot of time, sir. The time is going to be consumed by the team. Do we have smartphones? I'm sorry to ask you like that because we are going digital. We are going digital. There are many things we are doing. Projects are going to be on systems. If MIS are there, those systems we are doing, we can't avoid it now. We are going systems. So do we have smartphones? By a show of hand with your phone like this. We have 2 minutes only to do this. And we are going to do it right here. Not that we are just looking at it and we leave it. Why am I asking you for your phones? I would like us to begin right away. Get your phone, a smartphone, go to a Google bar. If you know Google, look for Google on your phone. Colleagues, I don't know what I can say, but we are hands-on now. The QR code is on the screen. But some people are not, because why? This is a practical thing. I need to see your phone as if it is taking me a picture. Because that's when I think that you are taking that. Why are we doing this? The registration numbers we have there have got to tally with the numbers that are going to fill this. Because we are going to fill this survey for the information it requires so that we can improve what we are doing. Some other people are not doing it. Chair, I don't know what to do. This is a practical exercise. And 2 minutes, it is the time I have. So, do we have it on the screen? We have to take it a little bit slow because this is IT dispensation. And some of the governors take a little bit of time. Are we there? No. Deactivated? Okay. So that is the message you are getting. No, you must have viruses in your phone. Let me do it with you. I know what I'm saying. All right. Let's, a minute, colleagues, because I have it here with me. Oh, well. You're right. You have it right. Chair, I request in the next few minutes, as the discussions are going on, this is an IT issue. It's going to be rectified, and it's coming back, and we shall be able to fill. It is a form that is requesting some information. It is not too much information, so that we are able to. We are going to work on it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Take leave. Okay, we proceed from here. We have had an opportunity to hear from 5 presenters. And Chair, we have been joined with very important people in our city. And I wouldn't want to proceed without mentioning them. Okay, I was saying that we've been joined with 3 important people in the city. The Mayor Kawempe is Worship Owedembe, just seated at the front table. And the Mayor Nakawa, Paul Mugambe, His Worship Paul Mugambe. I've also seen Mayor Rubaga, Tatanamuli. Wow, it's the back seat. And I think Mayor Makindye, Papa Mulienyama is present. Thank you so much. So we can proceed. At this moment right now, we're talking about discussion. We expect a number of things from you. We're looking at the suggestions. We're looking at the comments. We're also looking at the clarity in case you didn't click very well when the presenters were highlighting. So these are the areas we're going to look through and the proposals. So let's look at the first discussant, what he presented to us. I think let's go in that order. What Kazim presented. I know you have been noting. So can we proceed in that order? Oh, and our mother, Mama Namayanja from Masaka City. Mommy, we love you so much. Ameya Nakawas. Yes, thank you so much, Mommy. All right, we proceed. Any comment on the presentation by Brother Kasim? So you didn't see anything in what he presented? He mentioned a couple of things. Commercialization of agriculture, you looked at it. Looked at the diversion of PDM funds, all those. Yes, proceed.
Thank you and morning, colleagues. Thanks, Kasim. It was a good presentation. Kelly is my name. I chair the Cassava National Platform. And just a brief, all the agricultural commodities that were identified to have a potential to take the country to 2040 vision were given platforms. The secretariat of these platforms sits in the Ministry of Agriculture, and the idea was to get both the public and private to work together. And I think that point was coming out. You know, the implementation, collaboration, I'll get to that. But you touched on the challenges, productivity. Counterfeit, that's okay, we know it. You mentioned the extension, few industries, all those are okay, and then seed. But there is one thing that is very critical, especially today, which is equipment, technology that you can use, both actually all through the entire value chain. We're really having real challenges. I'll give you an example, just weeding. My friend, if you look at these guys are using hose. And by the way, they are youth, contrary to what most people think, that the youth don't want. The guys who are bringing the matoke you are eating in Kampala, the guys who are driving those trucks, they are very young guys, including girls. So things to do with harvesting. We saw some, when we were in Latin America, they have some equipment which they use, you know, to get these things like cassava out so that it's not damaged, okay? So those items are very critical. I think we need to include them. And then we can discuss how you can give them out. It shouldn't just be the money, which is very good, but you need to give them that. The other one was, I noticed something interesting. I think you want to increase the local government revenue from 14 to 18. No. Yes, 18%. But I don't know what is informing that. On the other hand, you want to get out 800 billion. Hey, guys, 800 billion. Right now we are at, you said you're at 200 billion, something like 200. You want to get out almost 4 times. But how much are you putting in? These people are here. You are putting nothing on the ground. Okay, not nothing, but really very little. So, because the impact has to be reflected. And for us from the private sector, we don't care whether probably the money goes to the ministry, which touches on the issue of collaboration. But if guys from the center can spend more time in the rural areas, for us when we are going to work there with these guys, we stay there, we eat the local food, it's very interesting. You know, a cup of tea is 1,000, so you can save. Others even can give you at 500. But when you move in the countryside, you really don't feel it, and those guys don't feel it. So I think those are things that we can look at. The other one, I end with this one. I think this $500 billion economy, yes, $20 billion from agro-industrialization. We think we can even get more out of that. Minerals you are doing, you say 25. Huh? And then tourism, 50. That is like 95 billion. Where is the other 405 billion coming from? Nobody is talking about that. But we really need to see where is that going to come from. Which again goes back to the issue that I pointed at. Colleagues, yes, we have the ministry, but everything is down. If it's in Kampala, the guys who are doing the work, you go to Kisenyi, I think that's city local. If you go to the country local, so everything has to be, which goes to my point, I think we need to see how you can work together. For us, we don't care whether it is a ministry or whatever, to push more money down there so that you get out what you want.
Noted.
And the last one, don't worry even if people lose the money. I think move with them, which touches on the issue of information. I'll give you an example. PDM, we found so many women were doing very well, even the men, but then they will tell you somewhere that, okay, my kid was sick, what did you want me to do? So she had to divert. even education, you know. So as long as the money goes in the economy, it will move. The fear these guys have, they think you'll take away their things, you know, they think they are not really criminals, but somehow things fail. And as I end, this one is very critical. You know, these things are very good. We come here and we talk, but thereafter what happens? Now, what is happening there? We meet challenges. Actually, businesses collapse, whether registered or not. But then, you have nobody to contact and get a response. You call some of these toll-free numbers. You try them. They don't go through. Now, when you call, imagine you are from Nakasongola, and you call an MDA, and they tell you, can you come? You say, but why should I come? You drive all the 400 kilometers with the jam, and you say, why can't you guys come and we stay there? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. When we see another discuss, I can see a hand here or the other side.
Thank you. Mariam Kaberuka is my name, Deputy RCC Masaka City. Standing in for RCC Masaka City. My concern is on PDM enterprises. You'll bear with me, the leaders who are here representing the towns. There are some enterprises that are not being chosen to be funded under PDM. And these groups of people, they feel they are marginalized really. For example, women who are doing small businesses. I can give an example of women who are in circles like Black. They have organized themselves, they can save, they can do different businesses. In Masaka, we have a group of women that collect bottles. We have a group of women that move on buses, selling their things. We have mechanics. We have young boys who are doing different businesses, but they are not eligible when it comes to enterprises that are supposed to benefit under PDM. I beg to be guided. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope they are noting and they will be able to respond in a due process.
Good morning. The name is Kinto Abubeka. I wanted to know if we have what we call an agro-industrialization policy. And if we have it, let's share it.
There's a hand here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My name is Milton Kato. I'm from Uganda Local Government Association. Colleagues from local government, we are two here, including representatives from Uganda Urban Authorities Association. Now, this session is clearly prepared for us to discuss these papers in details, since government has already decided a roadmap that we think, if properly handled, we see our economy improving. There are two areas. One, for the first time, government has disclosed to us the mineral potential of our country. And if you looked at the map that was flashed here by Kasim, the map clearly shows that our country now has minerals almost in every region. And actually, if you looked at that map in details, we think now we have minerals almost in every district. Now, this is where we are moving. So this is going to be a very big sector in local governments. The question is, do you have the structure that can handle minerals effectively at a district level? Two, do you have officers really designated for you to handle minerals? For us in local government, we are seeing that if government wants us to play a big role, this is what should be done, and I want you to discuss this. Isn't it a time that government should decentralize further areas that do with minerals and oil production? Two, Isn't it a time that we should have a separate department that will have mineral officers, oil and gas in district local government? Okay? I want us to discuss that one so that we go with answers to higher level. 2, government has provided money to us through the Bank of Uganda. Thank you very well, Bank of Uganda. But this information, for it to be very, very useful to us, we would have loved this information segregated downwards at the regional level and at the district level. Because this is what we want to see. Is it indeed people in local governments, are they accessing this money, or this money is remaining in the center? Thank you.
Another discussant. Thank you so much. Milton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Lengeji, I'm Barry Joseph Bwanika from Makindi, Deputy Mayor, to his worship, Alihajanganda Mulianyama. Man, you go to our colleague, my colleague from the Bank of Uganda, about the Small Business Recovery Fund. Yes, on soft copy here, things may seem possible, but in reality they are not possible, I'm sorry to say. When you go to these financial institutions, they will always tell you money is not available. They try to divert you to their high interest rated loans, whereby it is a challenge for a small income earner, a small business owner, to benefit from this fund. It's only the big men again who are benefiting from it too. The same applies to the agriculture. If you look at Uganda, we say almost 70% is an agricultural country, and its growth that's maybe 7% GDP. But why has it government has failed to fight the counterfeit things on market, whereby a small agricultural person in the village, with this small money, he goes to the shop, he buys these pesticides and so on when they are fake. And they are down here in the city, Kampala here, where is a Uganda Bureau Standards, sorry, why are they? They should come out strong. This is something very small, which will be handled very fast, by the way. It doesn't need the president to first of all intervene. So I would request through you, the concerned, let this be solved, because many people are crying. And lastly, if you want to boost agriculture, the PDM, we don't condemn it, it's good. However, why don't you borrow a reef which can benefit each and everybody? Whereby, let us borrow a reef from the Uganda government. They are the system where they are trying to provide a tractor to every sub-county, whereby people can just put in fuel, because using a hoe to dig an acre of land and you think you can change lives is quite difficult. And if you are to borrow or to get people to assist you within in the village, maybe they to dig for you still, each individual costs around 15,000, and that's from morning to midday. Where can a poor man, a poor lady, someone who is down there, change life with such a cost? You mean you need one to stand up, one person, an acre of land like me, you dig from morning to evening, where will you reach? When will you change life? There are things we need to open our eyes and look at as Ugandans and the government of Uganda, so that we can change people. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you, Joseph. He was pouring a heart of his community. Thank you so much, Joseph. Bank of Uganda, I think you'll be in position to respond on this. Another discussant.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Mugambe, the mayor of Nakawa. My first concern is regards what Sheikh Kasim presented. First of all, the tenfold dream is, they say when you're planning, have plans that are realistic. From 10 billion to 50 billion US dollars. It's a bit utopic, an utopia. I think you need to adjust so that it is realistic, given the growth rate. So I think it's not supported factually. We need to address that, because when you set a very big goal, sometimes even give up on it. Then two, you've talked about tourism in your presentation. But here, the emphasis on tourism here, you've talked about hotels and all. When we talk about tourism, what comes in people's minds here in Uganda is mostly the animals. The animals in national parks. But these animals are everywhere in the world. Actually, some countries even have more species than what we have here as a country. I think we need a lot of innovation also in tourism. For instance, when you go to Canada, there is that car thing which was built, what is it called, in 1975? That car tall, it's called what? I've forgotten the name, but you know it. Sorry? It was built by a certain engineer, in 1975. But it fetches more money than the whole of our tourism here. Just a very cattle, the same to Paris. And also promotion. If I ask, I've been to Canada, and whenever I go to Canada, I have to visit the Niagara Falls. They attract so many people from all over the world. They are very powerful falls. But if you asked people in this room, many of you, that which is the most powerful falls in the whole world, you can see. You can see. And this is the top class of this country. Top class of this country. Honestly, if you know, just raise up your hand. Honestly, if you have if religious, there is only one. Who else? My town clerk, do you know? Now, that's a big problem. The most powerful falls in the whole world are in Uganda. Most powerful. Number one. Promotion. Where's the promotion? Ugandans are not aware. Elsewhere in the world, people are not aware. Those falls alone can run our economy if well marketed. So there's a lot of need for marketing, to the extent that even our people here are not aware that Makshon Falls are the most powerful falls in the whole planet. Even artificial tourism needs to be promoted, whereby maybe you build something which identifies Kampala, and everyone out there wants to come and at least reach that point. I was in Poland. There's a certain place where so many people go. There's something they build in a very funny way. It has no pillars and so on. And it fetches a lot of money. Then, when we go to agriculture, they have talked about agriculture, credit facility. Agriculture cannot be managed by commercial banks. You know what agriculture is. The profits are meager, the risks are very high, but also the interest you have talked about of 12%, the processing fees of 0.5%, those are really not encouraging the growth of agriculture. We need an agricultural bank specifically owned by the government to address issues of agricultural growth. But commercial banks, later title, later bichi, then they are looking after taking away your property. It will not do much to turn around. Then lastly, we've talked, there have been presentations on on a project investments in local governments. And you've not got into the details of what guides, for instance, the procurement of contractors. We have a problem in Kampala, which I've always opposed. That is the issue of the lowest bidder takes it. The lowest. The result is that we get contractors who cannot perform because they are the lowest, not only in bidding, but they are the lowest even in financial matter and capacity. They are lowest in everything. So you find projects are not moving. And if they move, the quality is so bad. I think that one also needs to be addressed. Lastly, today as I was having breakfast, I was having a conversation. No, yesterday in the Easter evening, we were having a conversation about salaries of people in local governments. You're talking about them handling projects, the DEC, the P-Watt, TP-Watt. But this is a man who gets a salary of how much? 200,000. It's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. And you're telling this man to handle a project of how much? Billions. My town clerks in Kampala, but outside Kampala, things are so bad. Trevor gets 200,000. Eh? These people handling big projects get 900,000. Now matters have even made worse. The cows' salaries have been enhanced about 7 times more than the deputy. And let us do things in a proper way, in a well-planned manner. Otherwise, we shall be washing and laying our clothes in the soil. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. It's worship. It's worship. I can hear the hand claps. Being a very good advocate in respect to salary increase, the local government staff. Discussant, if you have any.
Thank you very much. I think you've given us the areas of focus which we are going to unpack. Here we have technical officers, and I'm glad we are now being guided on where to focus. But my question is, somebody has asked a question about a policy on industrialization. Are we speaking from the same page? Because some local governments don't have industrial parks and are aware that agriculture is the core. So we need to see value addition across board. If we are guided, we shall be doing something very meaningful in all the investments that we are making. Secondly, I want to make an observation. You have listed the minerals, and I'm glad sand has been listed as one of the minerals, but there is an omission of clay. There is a lot of clay mining, especially from my district of Masaka. And there is an industry making tiles. They are scooping clay from Masaka and taking it somewhere. We are not benefiting from it because it is not identified as a mineral. So whoever has put up that list should also think about the clay mining. And also, The other thing is that when mining of sand and mining of all this clay that comes out, it is affecting the environment. It's not guided properly. So even that one needs to be addressed. Otherwise, I thank the presenters. I'm the mayor of Masaka City, the one and only in this region. I mean the female mayor.
Thank you so much, Mami. It's a pertinent question there. If sand has been promoted to be one of the minerals, then clay should also be.
On the topic of draft on public investment management guidelines, one information I would like to give, I'm Mariam Kaberuka, Deputy RCC Masaka City. On investment management, you'll believe me, most of the district don't have investment plans. And it is very expensive to come up with one. Can we, as we are in budgeting, can we help districts to develop investment plans? So that really, sometimes we put task on these technical staff who are not motivated to come up with the investment plans of their districts. District investment plans, that is my concern. Then secondly, we need comprehensive community engagement plans if we are to come up with the investments in particular areas or in our communities. We usually have few meetings there, but I suggest the community engagement plans should be continuous if we are to see most of the investments done succeeding or achieving the target goals. Then another thing is on lack of enforcement. Surely you find some of the road markets constructed. Government has invested a lot of money, but we are dilly-dallying with the community and the asset is there lotting and people are doing business on another side of the road. No enforcement because we are in democracy. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Madam RDC.
Thank you, Chair. Owen Alfred Abidrabo is my name, Minister of Local Government. I rise on the issue of PDM enterprises in urban areas that has been observed by the Deputy RCC of Masaka. We will all realize that PDM is the last mile strategy of the government of Uganda in order to improve the income and welfare of all the households. In that regard, there have been guidelines and frameworks on the enterprise selections and what is supposed to be undertaken. And these guidelines and frameworks have been reviewed and are always been reviewed. So for those other enterprises, if may not have been as outlined in the guidelines, there is also government programs like the MIOGAs. The MIOGA can be used for some of those other programs. So we'll also ask that if there are some other enterprises, since these guidelines and frameworks have been reviewed, the ministry can get such and see if they can be included. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another hand here in the middle.
Thank you very much. I'm Maito Ponciano, planner, Masaka City. Yeah, my concern is about the issue of tourism. We have seen that tourism is one of the key areas we have to look at in our development path. And I've heard the mayor giving us a lot of examples from outside the country and some within our country. But I see it very important that exposure is a very key thing. And when we are there, we hear a lot of travels made by the central officials to several countries. And when we are budgeting in our local governments, we are advised not to budget for overseas travels abroad. Now, I'm looking at our tourism officer. Now, you talked of tourism, that there is a problem of low quality of accommodation facilities. Now, the central people don't calm down. The local government officials, the tourism officers are there seated. They are not allowed to travel. They are allowed to, but they just go to the cheap hotels of ours to admire a few things, and they cannot advise. Now, what is the way forward? Thank you.
The planner is not complaining. It's actually saying the truth. Thank you, Posiano.
Thank you so much. My name is Tony Mwidieke, District Natural Resources Officer, MPG. It's very interesting and good that we have sand as a mineral, but as you realize, many of the areas where this sand is coming from are actually having very, very bad roads. So I come from a district where actually sand I think contributes about 80% of the sand in the country. But these places from which sand is got, one, we all know that there was a ban on wetland user permits, I think as far as 2022, 2021. So meaning that most of the permits have now expired. But we have sand miners. And many of us from districts where sand is being mined, we have local revenue coming from some of those sources. So if there is a ban on the wetland user permits, and then NEMA and some of us are running around chasing these people from the sand pits, but then these sand pits are supposed to contribute towards our local revenue. And now that it has been gazetted as a mineral, there's much more. So how are we going to align these things so that these people can operate normally, so they can be able to contribute to our local revenue? Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, there's another hand right here. But why don't you conclude with it? There's a lady behind there. You have left. Then you proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Naku Christine from PG District Local Government. My concern is on mainly the tenfold growth strategy. My concern is really, how do we expect to have that tenfold growth when the local investors are not really supported? I don't see any, there could be some effort, but it's not convincing enough when our local investors are not being supported to ably compete with international investors. Of recent, government directed that we give projects under health and education to UPDF. and most of our investors went out of business. And as you could notice also, Chinese are taking over most of the big projects in the country. So what is our effort really as government to support our local investors to ably compete with international bidders in the procurement? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam. So there's a hand the other side. I think it should be the last hand, I can't see. It should be the last hand so that we can...
I'll be very fast. Colleagues, I think you are local government. You know, the policy of this government is private sector-led economy. Okay? Private sector-led. You can't believe what private sector is doing. For us, we believe we can even go beyond 500. It's not rocket science. This country has 2 seasons. Okay? And you can work backwards. You can see the factories. Right now, the factories that want to expand are lacking raw materials. No, don't worry. It's not even about the quality. By the way, we don't even know what we have. So me, I think, even in this room, the private sector, I don't know how many we are here. If you can allow the private sector to lead, and even going beyond, you sit with them, you discuss with them, I can assure you, in your districts, these guys are looking all over, both local and international. They are teaming up. The other day, investment authorities said they don't have land. All the land is taken up. Okay? So private people are teaming up with, and these guys are moving through your districts. They are willing to put money down. Now, these international guys, you don't also deceive them. When you tell them, look, yes, we grow cassava, put a starch factory here, put an ethanol factory for cassava, they will say, sit in the car. They will ask you to take them where the cassava is. I'm telling you, even if you say deep in the village, we've been moving. I want to thank Nakasongola. They really supported us. And the journey is still on the way. The VAT finance, I think even the president recommended it should be. Maize grain is 0 rated. VAT on cassava is 18%. You're competing with the Egyptians who are throwing starch here. Now, if that 0 rating of VAT on cassava can apply, then the farmers can get more money. We are paying farmers, the other factory is giving 130 shillings per kilogram of cassava fresh. The one in Nakasongola, I think, is doing around 200. Farmers are complaining. Local government, you have the capacity to initiate those discussions around your areas. And let me go to the issue that the mayor talked about. You see, the policy for industrialization, don't worry. What is happening? You have industries in your areas. All of your areas, you have industries. They are private, they are there. Ask yourself when you go back, who owns this industry? Why is it not working? And you listen to their story. You remember the issue in Nakasongola even when the president came. Water. You know, to process 1 kilogram of starch, you need 6 liters of water. Now, the water that is from small towns cannot serve the factory and the people. And that is just the issue. So farmers harvest their cassava, they bring, when the factory is running, water goes off. What do you do? But that can be solved. Now, there are many, but I'll run fast. I think Bank of Uganda, very good. You know, when you listen to this is music. And as I told you, after here, when you get to really look for the money. Now, we squeezed the banks. We told them, please, we know there is this. Banks will advise you, so they tell you, you know what? The problem is not ours. They say Bank of Uganda, the turnaround time, when they submit, that you take long to give them a feedback. So the banks advise you that as you wait for the other one, you go with ours. So if Bank of Uganda can be fast, maybe we can have, let me let other, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was the last hand, and now our system has been restored. I know our break tea is ready, and I wouldn't want the tea to encroach into lunchtime. So there's one item that we are going to do together that aborted some few minutes ago. After it, then we shall go for break as our presenters are prepared to respond to those questions. So please come in front and take us through the technology aspect.
Thank you, Chair. We are back to life. Sorry for the small hiccup. And on our screen, the QR code is coming. Let's get to it. Can we scan again? Make sure you concentrate so much on the QR code, because this is a link. We have two provisions, but to begin with, we would like to first begin with a link so that it can give us what we need. It's the fastest. When you fail to get that QR code, there is a provision of the link, and I'm going to explain it a little bit. Do we have somebody who is there already? Perfect. Are we there? Let's give it a second. Some other people are still, you know, the software we are using as well, it's a challenge. I would like to see someone who is there around the middle there. This other side? Yes. Let me get my senior here to read for us what is on the screen to know that we are there. Are you there? We shall help. I know where it is coming from. Yes. Are we there behind? Are we there? Well, let me request. I wanted the governor here too, but he's not here, but I'm going to. Yeah. Now, I would like you to read for us what is on the screen so that, colleagues, let's pay attention to this. If you don't have this on your screen right now, we are going to help you. You'll get there. We have fixed everything. It's ready. You begin from where it is where it is beginning from. Loudly, clearly, read for us. Then we agree so that we begin.
Ministry of Finance, Local Government Feedback Survey. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is committed to strengthening its collaboration with the district and the constituent leaders in shaping Uganda's national budget. This survey seeks your views on how the current budget consultation process is working. Participation in this survey is voluntary. All responses will be treated with strict confidentiality. Data will be analyzed in an aggregated form only. No individual response will be attributed to any specific persons or districts. We kindly request that you answer honestly and thoughtfully. The survey should take approximately 10 minutes to complete. Thank you for contributing to this important process of strengthening Uganda's public finance.
Thank you so much. How many of us are there and you have such a screen? Don't fear, because I would like us to do this first and then we get on. I can see the hands are very few. For some of us that are there, you scroll a little bit. You are going to find where there are regions. You click exactly in the region where you're coming from. Then there is others. Down there is others. Type the municipality, the city, the area where you're coming from. Just type it there. Then you begin to answer down. Down, it's just a tick of box. Down there, when you get down at the end of it all, they will tell you, submit. There will be done. Now, we are going to the second phase of some of us that are not there. I'm not going to ask you to put up your hands. I know where we're coming from. Some of us, we have smartphones, but they are not smart. That's the truth. And that's why your phone cannot access a QR code. We designed a link. So that link we are going to share with you. By the time you leave here, you will have answered this. So we are going to share with you this link. Also the link you just tap. You just tap. Like on my phone, we are going to give you a link. That one has to come in terms of WhatsApp. So when you get there on that link, you'll just have to tap like the way you see it. You tap once. And the form will come and you'll fill. That one we are going to share. We are going to request some of you that are on some groups. We share the link there so that you tap on it and you answer it. Once again, the numbers we have here today have got to tally with the registration we have there. Because we are on a survey, would like to see how best we can improve on these exercises. I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair, where you find challenges, we are available, I'm available to help so that you can fill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for leading us through the technology. I know it's still bothering all of us. However, right now, I would want to break up the session. We go for break tea. But before we go for break tea, can someone bless for us this tea so that we can enjoy it and be energized to serve the Lord? Somebody bless for us tea so that we can break out for tea and then just have it quickly so that we can come back and resume on next session by the colleagues responding to our questions. Any volunteer?
Thank you, Chair. Let's humble ourselves and pray for the tea. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts we are going to receive from your bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. So you're free. Go and serve yourself with tea. But be mindful of time. Thank you. You have a break of 15 to 20 minutes. So grab a cup of tea as quick as you can. Thank
Please, as the minister is coming in, we are going to, we still have like 3 short presentations. The first being on NDP 4, then the other on issues of affecting service delivery, and then measures for improving service delivery. Would like to request that the presenters be precise to the point. We'll give each person some 10 minutes. Do we have Dennis Mahebe? Is he in? Please, 10 minutes. Can you project the NPA presentation? I think we all have copies of the presentation. Dennis, please come, take us through. After that, we have the planner of Nakasongola having to present.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members. I'll be brief. I'm called Dennis Mahebe. I work with the National Planning Authority. I have a small presentation here, and it is talking about how we can improve implementation of the National Development Plan 4. So that is the outline, as you can see. And as part of introduction, we are all aware we have started implementing the National Development Plan 4. And this plan, as earlier presented, focuses on the ATMs for us to be able to achieve the 10-fold growth strategy. That is for the 15 years remaining for the Vision 2040. So for us to close the gaps and implement better, all local governments are required to have local government development plans. And we guided through the planning core circular for us to have all the plans finalized by 31st March 2025. However, we have had challenges where some local governments have not finalized their development plans. Up to now, we are still improving. And Chair, through this engagement, we have made some progress. Remember when we went to Arua, we had 8 local governments with non-submission, but today we only have 3. So our hope is that by tomorrow, the 3 should have submitted. So this engagement has also helped us to make some progress on the submission of the local government development plans. So that is the status. Now, the interest here is for a specific local government to check where they are standing. We have local government plans that have been recommended for approval, and up to today, they have been able to approve some local government development plans, which was done last week and yesterday, and you will get the communication. I hope among the local governments here, you are among the plans that have been approved. However, if you are not, you need to check where we stand. We have majority, which are 78 local governments. So the assumption here today is that you might find yourself falling under the 78, which is the majority. So we need to fast track the finalization of these plans. We have first drafts, which are being reviewed. We have second draft submission. We are also reviewing to clear for approval. But we have the 3 which I've mentioned, which are still lagging behind. But we don't know which kind of support they require. Maybe if you have any information, you can share with us so that NPA can be able to fast track and support these local governments. These are the local governments listed below. We have Bugweri district, we have Gomba, we have Kalungu. So these are the remaining 3 which have not submitted. So we are saying, Chair, that in the event that we fail to get submissions and we fail to approve your plan, these are the consequences. We will not issue a certificate for a plan which is not assessed and approved. We will have administrative sanctions where we have already flagged. We are saying we are going to flag, but we have already flagged. Minister of Finance and Minister of Local Government have seen and they are taking action. The action means that you may not receive the allocation for 2026-27 for you to implement a plan, because the assumption is if there is no alignment, then we assume you don't have a plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we rise up? Welcome the minister. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Let's take up our seats. Honorable Minister, you have got us. We are in the middle of the short presentation on implementation of the NDP4 by the National Planning Authority, the representative of the Executive Director. And we'll have another quick one on service delivery by the local governments. They want to share with us some of the issues impacting on service delivery at local governments level. And then also we'll have another quick one of 5 minutes from the civil society. And Honorable Minister, you will be able to open this workshop immediately. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You're welcome. And thank you, Chair, for the guidance. So to continue, Honorable Minister, I was presenting to the local governments on issues that are hindering us from effectively implementing the NDP4. One of them is the issue of non-submission of or finalization of the local government development plans, which are aligned to the NDP4. The other one, Honorable Minister, is issue of physical planning, which I'm moving to next, is that as a country, we are supposed to develop physical plans from the central level, where we have the National Physical Development Plan, and local governments are also required to have their physical development plans. But Honorable Minister, we have had challenges where in most of at all levels, we don't have physical plans, or we have cases where we have physical plans that are not complete, or we have cases where we have physical plans but they are not up to date. So, Honorable Minister, this is the status that we are presenting. At national level, we have a physical development plan, and the regional level, we were guided to have 6 regional physical development plans, but we have only 2 because of a number of challenges. At municipality, we have 31 municipalities, but Honorable Minister, currently we only have 17 physical development plans. And then at city level, we have 11 cities, as you are aware, but we only have 3 physical development plans. And to continue at district level, we have 135 districts, but we only have 18 physical development plans. And Honorable Minister, recently the National Planning Authority did a paper on the status of physical planning in the country. Among the challenges we identify is that we don't have a department of physical planning in local governments, and where they sit, they also have a number of challenges, which I might not mention, but they are mentioned by the paper. Then also issues of funding for physical planning, we identified it, and we have been supported. Under the coming financial year, there is going to be a grant for physical planning. So we are working towards addressing these issues, but we also call upon the local governments, because one of the issues mentioned was capacity, but for us at National Planning Authority, we don't think the physical planners don't have the capacity. We have the capacity, and we need to use our experience and the knowledge that we have as physical planners to ensure that we fast track the formulation of physical development plans. The other challenge is which is not written in the paper maybe, is issue of using consultants. So we have cases where we develop plans using consultants, and at the time of implementation, you find ourselves not understanding what exactly is in the plan. So the idea, what NPA is guiding currently, is that you need to do the plan yourself, understand it, such that when it comes to implementation, it is easy to implement. So, Honorable Minister, we are recommending that our local governments need to fast track the finalization of the local government development plans as they also work on their budget framework papers, because the budgets are linked to the plan. You cannot have a budget that is outside the plan. Then, Honorable Minister, we are saying we need to strengthen integration of physical and economic plans. They need to move together, because here the first layer is the physical plan, and on top of that layer we put the economic plan. Where is the school going to sit? In Masaka City. Where are churches supposed to sit? In Masaka, or in Nakasongola. So we need to know, because we have challenges, Honorable Minister, and you can also testify that we have cases where you have a school and in the neighborhood you have a church, so students cannot concentrate. And you have a case where we don't have recreation centers, and yet people need to do some exercises. Honorable Minister, we are also saying that we need to develop physical plans and provide detailed implementation physical development plans. This is well understood by the physical planners, where beyond just producing the plans, you need to produce the maps that detail where is what is supposed to be. We had a discussion in the morning, and we had issues of industries and the water. So where is the water passing? In the event that we have a fire outbreak, are we able to use the fire brigades? So we have cases where we have developed, but the development is not favoring us. Honorable Minister, we are also saying that we need to train enforcement officers where they exist. We have enforcement officers, but it's possible that they are not doing their job, and that's why we have development that is not planned. Honorable Minister, we have identified another challenge that the country has is related to issue of population size. So we are saying that actually the challenge is not the population size, but our challenge is the growth rate, the rate at which the population is growing. And this is seen by this population pyramid that you can see. So our population pyramid, so for us who are here, we have a chance that we are in public service, but issues of teenage pregnancy, low education levels, and the low family planning, uptake of family planning. And it is related to mindset issues, where we have people preferring to have many children. We are still thinking like the African traditional society, where having many children is security. So someone assumes that if I have 10 children, by chance 5 may succeed and they will be able to support me. But we are saying, why can't we have a quality population? Let's have 5 and ensure that all of them go to school, they are guided, and they can be able to support us in the future. So the key message is, Honorable Minister, we are saying our local governments need to plan for population issues across the entire life cycle. Plan for the children, plan for the adolescents, the youth, adults, and older persons. Our local governments must initiate and accelerate demographic transition. Honorable Minister, this morning I was reading issues affecting Africa development, and demographic transition is one of them, issues related to this population structure. If you check even across the rest of African countries, you'll find that the population is we have the similar population pyramid. And local governments should ensure that development frameworks take into account population and development interrelationship. We are guiding that we are starting our budget framework papers. So as the leaders who approve budgets in the local government, now you need to question, as technical people, ask them, this thing they talked about, the population issue, where has it been provided for in the budget for the coming financial year? Honorable Minister, we are saying we need to enhance capacity to integrate population issues in development planning. And I think NPA, we are working towards fast-tracking this to ensure that the capacity of our officers is built to understand what we mean by integration of the demographic dividend in our planning and budgeting. Then we also call for increase in budget allocation to addressing population issues. We call upon our political leaders to play a role of oversight, advocacy, mobilization, and ensuring that there is budget for population issues. Honorable Minister, we are also saying that the technical leaders should ensure that planning and integration of population issues is done. This is just emphasis. Honorable Minister, in the previous meetings, we have also guided local governments reports that inform our midterm reviews and our end-term evaluation. And therefore also will inform the formulation of the next plan. Honorable Minister, we have the program of human capital development, And this is Secretary of Social Services, who will be in charge under the technical leadership of the LC5 and the city mayor or the municipal mayor. And this is led by the Department of Education, but working together with Departments of Health, Department of Community-Based Services, and the Water Department. Honorable Minister, we have agro-industrialization clustered together with manufacturing, because I think this is because our manufacturing is still based on the agricultural products. So we are saying Secretary of Production and Marketing will be working to support the political leadership of the LC5 chairperson, the city mayor, or the municipal mayor. And then the department leading technically is the production department, working with other departments of trade and then water department to deliver results under agro-industrialization and manufacturing. Honorable Minister, we have private sector development, tourism development clustered together for reasons that the Department of Commercial, the commercial department, which we call TILED, contributes greatly to these two programs, and there will be the technical leaders working with other departments as listed in the last column. Honorable Minister, we have public sector transformation, governance and security, digital transformation, development plan implementation, and the regional development program. And this is technically led by the Secretary of Finance, Planning, and the General Purpose. So the Deputy COW will perform the responsibilities of overall technical leadership. And in the cities or municipalities, it will be the Deputy Town Clerk, working with the departments of planning, finance, administration, and administration for human resource. Honorable Minister, lastly, we have natural resources, environment, climate change, land and water management. We have mineral-based industrialization and sustainable extractive development programs. These are clustered together because of nature of the natural resources, because their results depend more on our natural resources. And we have given the responsibility to Vice Chairperson or Deputy Mayor to lead and support their bosses in the overall technical leadership and the overall, political leadership, forgive me. The overall technical will be the natural resources department, working with the other departments, especially water, because we have water in natural resource. Then what are their responsibilities? What are they supposed to do? Honorable Minister, these clusters are supposed to work the way program working groups are working at the central or MDA level. They are supposed to identify key outputs and program performance targets, both annually and in the medium term. Honorable Minister, I must say that we have guided and we even developed a PIAP for what we call the Program Implementation Action Plan for local governments. So these clusters are supposed to help us to deliver, and where there are challenges, they are supposed to work and communicate with us to ensure that we close the gaps. Examine and review our program-related progress and plans, reviewing past performance, emerging issues, and future areas of improvement. So we are not saying that the PIAPs are complete in themselves. They are not 100%. There could be gaps. So those are what we call emerging issues that we need to document for future improvement. We need to undertake monitoring and assessment of these programs. So the clusters working together, the different departments, they need to undertake monitoring of the programs to see whether we are making progress in implementation or not. Because for us to deliver the tenfold growth strategy and the NDP4 and therefore move towards the vision, we must know the results. Because our Honorable Minister, I must remind us that in NDP3 midterm review, we had the challenge of where we are. There was a column that was saying no data, no data, no data. So we are avoiding that this time by saying these clusters need to ensure that the results that they have data. And in the local government development plans, we have said, if you have an output that has no data, delete it, or has no data source, remove it from your plan. It means what we have put there will not contribute to our results. Honorable Minister, the last one is these people, as they work, they need to resolve strategic and emerging and cross-institutional issues that affect program implementation. So as issues come up, you need to resolve them. If there are issues of funding, we need to find solutions. In the previous groups, we have had discussions, especially under the Regional Development Program where I sit. And there are issues related to transfers, local revenue. So we are saying we need to also ensure that all of us, local governments, enroll to the IROGREV and the other one is called what? IRAS, to ensure that at least, because we have seen that these systems have done magic where they have been deployed, and they can help us to raise some local revenue. Honorable Minister, I would like to stop there. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. And then welcome back from the tea break. And welcome, Honorable Minister, to this consultative workshop. Honorable Minister, before I invite you to make opening remarks, I would like to request that you give us time to deal with the questions that have been raised before you arrived. And if possible, also, we could take questions coming from this presentation, which has just ended, so that we now respond to them at once before we invite the Minister. So I would like to ask Ibra to move around with the mic in case there is any question.
Thank you. I'll be fast. Thanks, National Planning Authority. Now, you've presented the local governments. How about at national? What are the clusters at national? When do they meet? What? I hope you're getting it. Like here now, the ministries. And that one brings out, again, it keeps recurring, the relationship between the local and the center. It's hurting us. And you have the capacity to resolve that. Related to that, again, you saw the private sector doesn't appear in those clusters. Apart from, yes, the private sector program. But even in the others, let's be practical. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to sit at the district to discuss markets without the buyers. You have people in your districts who have set up factories. They will tell you the volumes they need. They will tell you the amount of money they are paying. They will tell you everything. So again, about that, and even with, now the next one. These district development plans. You know, I remember we started 2010, as I said. We had NDP 1. You know, they have that cycle. So you have NDP 1, then below NDP you have the sector plans, and then below that you have the commodity plans. We used to call them FIPS. I would like to challenge National Planning Authority. Please, can you go and you put all these plans on their website? NDP 1, NDP 2, NDP 3, district development plans for all the 140 what? Put them there. That takes me to my issue. You see, and these are beautiful words. Full monetization of the economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization. We are together. Which is the other one? Broadening and expanding services, digital transformation, and market access. How does this digital transformation look like? Please, if you could help us. You know, you presented very beautiful things, but this is going to be it. When we separate, you know, we cannot put everything here that you've presented. Help us, all of these presentations, put them on the Ministry of Planning Finance website. We shall pick, we shall read, we shall look for you. By the way, let me tell you, government can spend a lot of can save a lot of money. For us in the private sector, we will look for you only if we see value. We shall walk to you, we shall do everything. We can even move with you to the farmers whom we are working with and you train them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there somebody else?
Yes, thank you so much. My question will be from the previous presentation. Now, we are all aware that any development to take place, there must be approval from respective physical planning committees. But here at the ministry, we come up with some projects, most of them construction projects. Like we had the construction of city schools, but for them, they don't follow the approval process because they tend to be having already made plans. But what we have to consider is that although these already made plans are there, but they don't fit the site layout of where they are going to be implemented, which means they have to be input of the physical planning committee to create real site plans where government projects are going to be implemented. But why is it that the ministry does not follow that approval process? That's one. Initially, another thing is that initially, physical planning was part of assessment. And during that period, you could see our bosses shaking, let's put something in physical planning, assessment is coming. But today, physical planning was bracked off. Another thing, in implementing physical planning activities, physical planning works together with enforcement. Now, on a district level, we don't have any enforcement officer. We don't have law enforcers. That has to be looked on so that these officers help to implement physical planning, especially in enforcement. Thank you. I'm Suna Felix, physical planner, district physical planner, Masaka.
Okay, thank you very much. I would now like to invite the planner who is supposed to make a presentation on issues affecting service delivery in local governments and inputs into the UGIFT. Please come over and make the presentation. Is he around? Are you around? Please come over.
Thank you, moderator. I'm called Namayega Rose, District Planner, Nakasongola District. Honorable Minister of Public Service, all protocols observed. I take this opportunity to present to you a paper for local government or challenges faced in local government during planning and budgeting. I'll begin by the background information, basic statistics about Nakasongola district. Population, we have 226,074 people. Out of that, we have 114,805 males and 111,269 females. Town councils, we have 7, sub-counties 8. In total, we have 15 lower local governments. UPE enrollment stands at 36,891. Secondary enrollment, 6,776. 6,776. Tertiary enrollment 221. That is in government facilities. Number of government aided schools in primary, we have 144. We have 10 secondary schools and 1 tertiary. Those are government institutions or government facilities. Health facilities, we do not have a district hospital. We have 2 health center force, 3, we have 13 health center 3s and 22 health center 2s. Road coverage, we have 620 kilometers of feeder roads and 1,594 kilometers of community roads. I can't see well. Safe water coverage, we stand at 76%. HIV prevalence, we are at 6%. Cross-cutting challenges first. Local government staff structure is not fully in operation, especially for the new town councils. Most staff are on acting basis simply because we don't have wage to recruit substantial staff in those facilities. We are saying we have low pay for public servants, especially non-scientists. This demotivates staff and it compromises service delivery. Health workforce staffing is currently at 48% out of the expected 100. Production staff, we have a challenge of what? Of understaffed extension workers. You find 1 extension worker attached to 2 to 3 lower local governments, simply because we don't have wage to recruit the substantive staff. We have low wage bill for primary schools. Still, we can't recruit all the primary teachers, which is needed. They always advise us, or they always tell us they are going to give us wage for staff in post, not the required staff as per staff structure. We have a occurrence and persistence foot and mouth disease, which affect our markets. We find that our markets close, butchers, milk coolers, is affecting local revenue and national economy. This affects our budget. We cannot realize all the money we have budgeted for. We have also a challenge of land acquisition for government infrastructure. As you know, government requires all government facilities to be occupied on government land or where we have ownership. You find that most of our government facilities are seated on land which are dominated. And now, by the time goes by, because land now is increasing in value, particularly in Nakasongola, since they have granted or approved a city status, now the landowners, they are claiming that land. And more so, when the landlord dies, the children, they begin to claim that land where the government facilities are seated. We have a challenge of transport. From cow to all heads of departments, most of them, they are crying for transport. We have a challenge of IFMI system breakdown and the internet, and also power fluctuation. It increases the cost of maintenance. Sector-specific challenges, we go to health, waste management. medicine and health supplies have a good supply chain, but with no clear plan and flow for waste generated along the chain. Every health center has an incinerator, and this is not the case in Nakasongola district. We still have that challenge. Planning guidelines provide 15% for DHO's office, yet during implementations, only 13 is put in the system centrally. Every lower local government must have a health center 3, but there are still some lower local government without health center 3s. We are still in health accommodation facilities. Health center 4 should have a minimum of 18 buildings, and health center 3, health center 4s, they should have a minimum of 18 buildings. Then health center 3s, they should have 10, and health center 2s, 4 houses. Compared to the standard, Nakasongola is at only 25%. Guidelines for health unit management committee members spells out that members will be paid a sitting allowance and transport refund as per Ministry of Public Health circular standing instruction. And this is not happening for every health facility. Every health facility gives its own rate. There is no standardization, or there is no funds to cater for that. Also, at health sub-district management team is responsible for monitoring and supervision, but there is no means of transport to do that. They always use an ambulance as a multi-purpose. We go to education. We are saying low UPE capitation grant continues to downgrade the quality of education in UPE schools. Additionally, low funding leaves no money in UPE schools for core curricular activities at various levels. Inadequate capital development grant for school infrastructure leaves some schools with no minimum standard classrooms. Optionally, about 2 to 3 classes levels sharing 1 room. A policy of a minimum of 7 teachers per school also is still it's still low. In case of a leave or a female teacher goes for maternity leave, it leaves some classes with no teachers. Still, some sub-counties do not have a secondary school, yet the policy is every sub-county should have a secondary school. Science teachers and English teachers are very difficult to get and maintain in schools like in Nakasongola. They only come to access the payroll. After that, they leave and go to other districts. Most primary schools do not have land titles. I've already talked about the land occupied by government facilities. Recommendations. We are recommending that Ministry of Public Service should provide more wage to districts which have new lower local government to fully operationalize their staff structures and also increase their pay in order to match the increased cost of living. You find in Nakasongola most new town councils have staff who are on acting basis. They are not substantial staff. Government needs to procure transport facilities for field monitoring. There is need to increase the wage bill in all categories in order to fully functionalize the staff structure for improved service delivery. UPE unit costs need to be increased. It is still very low, from 20,000 to at least 30,000 per child. Some IFMIS equipment need replacement. IFMIS, we are saying the IFMIS grant should be what? Increased, because there is fluctuation of power. We need to buy fuel for the generator. The money which they are giving us is not enough. MAIF should undertake the multi-district quarantine coordination in the control of foot and mouth disease, which cuts across various districts, and also provide vaccine for foot and mouth disease on timely basis. There is need to increase on the amount of development grant to cater for the increasing demands for the more infrastructure, basics, and so on. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Planner Nakasongola, for giving that status for UGIFT in Nakasongola and issues of service delivery. I would therefore like to invite CS Bag, somebody from CS Bag. Do we have somebody from CS Bag? Okay, 10 minutes, please summarize, and then we can move into the discussions.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Agnes Kirabo. I'm the Executive Director for Food Rights Alliance, a civil society organization in Uganda that works to strengthen food systems governance. We believe that we can live, at least in Uganda, free from hunger and malnutrition. Food Rights Alliance is the member of the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. And so for the Central Region Local Government Budget Consultative Meeting, I take the honor to represent both CS BAG and FRA. Honorable Minister and delegates, when Planner Nakasongola was presenting, I actually wanted to grab the presentation from her and say that is the civil society presentation, because you could not believe that a government planner, but she was real. And I think that is what was expected from the presentation. So thank you so much, Planner Nakasongola. The second disclaimer I have to make here, you will have to bear with me. I'm visually impaired, and I don't need your sympathies. Neither do I need inclusion, because I'm already included. So bear with me, but I'll see how to take you through this presentation. And with those two, following the planner's presentation, and of course coupled with my challenge, I just going to speak to this presentation, because most of the things that have been laid before us from Nakasongola are similar to many local governments. But to start with, as civil society organization, we wish to commend the government of Uganda through the ministries, especially the Ministry of Finance for today, for according us this space to be part of these consultative meetings. We have been with you, and last financial year we participated in over 40 of these kinds of consultative meetings. We don't take it for granted, because some people, when they hear civil society, they become a little bit uncomfortable. But it is that uncomfort that we are supposed to bring to you, and we see how we make it better for the people of Uganda. But nevertheless, thank you so much for the space, and we pray that we continue to constructively work together and see that we deliver services to the people of Uganda. Again, I listened to the official from the National Planning Authority. If you reflect on the conversations that we have had since morning, you just have to ask yourself one single question: what happened to planning in this country? Besides the roadmap, besides the guidelines that several of them, even they have promised us capacity building virtually and physically, but are we really planning? Are we really planning? We have a Planning Act of 2010 that declared the entire country a planning zone. And then we listen to stories that a school is in the middle of the church and a petrol station. We hear stories that a government project has been established, but another government project was supposed to be established in a similar place. You listen to the whole continuum of challenges and issues from Nakasongola, but somebody declared it a city the other day. We have no hospital. We are operating at 25%. Medical waste is all over. We cannot, is making a city, Nakasongola a city, going to help us deal with these challenges? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe we are creating more challenges by not solving the existing challenges. The administrative costs that are going to go with that, are they not enough to establish a hospital? Are they not enough to deal with some of these issues that Nakasongola is grappling with, if we are to use Nakasongola as a case? Now, to the presentation, I think Nakasongola is going to be the benchmark for my presentation. And other presentations that were made before. I want to talk about something that has not been talked about fondly: the status of food security and nutrition amidst all what we want to do. I have good news for Central Region. We are doing relatively well. I think we need to clap for ourselves. Whether it was by plan and design or by default, but the issue is, according to national statistics, Central Region, we are doing a bit better. If you could flag the hunger maps for the participants to look at them. That is the country hunger map provided for by the, it's not there? Now, who is really mistreating? Me, I'm already mistreated. The maps are not there? They are there. That's the national hunger map. And you can see on those maps, there is nothing like Central Region, but it is called the Buganda region. Hoping here, we are comfortable, all of us, to be clustered under Buganda region as Central Region. When you look at our food security status, at least I think we are doing a little better. But if we go into the specifics, we know that certain districts are doing worse than others. But we are also aware that hunger is prevalent in the urban areas, especially among the urban poor. The women out there have placed saucepans on their cooking stones, but the saucepans are empty. To hoodwink everyone that they are cooking over, that was to go there, but there is nothing they are cooking. There was no kameza. They are waiting for the money to return in the evening. So there is a lot of hunger in some pocket areas that need attention. We all know that an hungry man, they don't talk about a woman, an hungry man is a hungry one. So the issues of insecurity that we are dealing with, unrests, are largely a result of hunger. It is just mirroring hunger even when we are doing very well. Related to that, there is what we call the hidden hunger, which is malnutrition. The national average, please flag the graph. The national average is that 26% of all children under 5 years. At least Central Region, we are doing a little better. We are at 23%, but closer to 24%. If we are talking about the quality, somebody was talking about the quality of our population. If we are talking about human capital development, these days I'm advocating such that they include stuntedness as part of disability. Because a stunted mind is actually a disabled mind. The child lives with it to adulthood. And recent statistics actually, and new scientists tell us that there is an increasing relationship between stunting in childhood and obesity in adulthood. So some of us who are obese, we are not obese because we are overeating. Maybe we were again stunted when we were children. So now at adulthood, you have a stunted brain, but you have also added on obesity and overweight, which is accompanied by non-communicable diseases. The issue of food safety. And I'm happy that I'm speaking to local governments. The food environment in local government is one that is largely not well governed. Food is sold everywhere. The markets are organized in any way. We even have courageous local governments where food is dried along the roads. And I believe where it is happening, they are local. Hope they are no longer doing that in Kayunga, because I made noise about it. So the issue of food environment, you know it was endowed. I'm even happy that it has gone off. Is that an on? Is it a battery issue or the one? It's a battery. So the issue of the food environment, we are suggesting as civil society that it should receive priority at local government budgeting and planning. This may not necessarily look for new money, but work within the existing infrastructure, enforcement infrastructure, and we see that we address these issues. This tenfold, we are not going to reach it because the first letter in the ATMs is industrialization. We are not going to industrialize with unsafe food, poor quality. We know that farmers induce drying using hazardous chemicals where you are coming from. At least it is in the local governments and they are happening. We know that everybody is opening up an input dealing shop in the local government. And the best that we do with collect levy and license. And we leave them to operate. And then we come here and talk about the poor quality inputs. I'm not going to speak about extension. It has over been talked about. I have the national image, but I also have the local government. The staffing gap is too huge. Mukono, who is hosting us, is at 32 staffing gap at local government. We are going to provide a full paper for the sake of this meeting. But the staffing gaps are huge. We are supposed to have recruited 9,665 by 2020. But until now, we only have 4,000 extension workers. And of the 4,000, only 2,200 have motorcycles. The others are foot soldiers. So how are they going to deliver the agro-industrialization that we are talking about on foot? Let me talk about education. I know when we come to education, everybody has already talked about the classrooms. They've talked about the staffing. We don't know when, Honorable Minister, we are going to stop talking about, because what these people are complaining and what it is being mirrored on the ground is stemming from the top. Why is it that we are finding it very difficult to recruit teachers, but we find it very easy to create new constituencies? But we do it. And we always claim the wage bill is very low. I'm an Anglican, and when we are confessing, we say tuleke ebitugwanira okola, ne tukola ebitatugwanidde kola so nga n'obulamu tebuli muki mufe. But let me talk about something sinister in education. It is about the continuum of the well-being of the child in school. Quickly we think about the classrooms, the teachers' quarters, they're very important. Then the toilets. We don't talk about the kitchen. We don't talk about the food stores. We don't talk about the water points for the kids when they're at school. At least if we cannot give them food, let us give them drinking water. Time is out. In health, let me only talk about mental health, because we are all candidates. We all know that we do not have mental health workers, even in referral hospitals, despite the plan that public service approved. We should stop approving these plans, Honorable Minister, if we are not ready to operationalize them, because we are giving false hope. Butabika is overcrowded. And yet we are all heading, no, for us in this room, we shall not go there. We shall go to the private ones, because we are willing to pay 300,000 per day. But the plan is there for us to recruit mental health workers up to Health Center 3. So dear local governments, we are going to give you this presentation, so many other issues. I have been told by Ministry of Public Service and Ministry of Health that it is incumbent on you to prioritize what you call critical staffing. I'm crying to you. Do something for 2025 and you shall be remembered and we shall thank you. Recruit mental health workers. Because if it is not you, it is your child heading there, such that we lower. By the time you get to Butabika, you are at the extreme of mental health, which they call psychotic. Very difficult to manage. So at the lower levels, there is no diagnosis. And yet mental health is treatable. It is not witchcraft. It is not a sin. We are all candidates unless somebody is bewitching the whole country. So at least let us do that. But I have also reliably learned to local governments that you're about to return over 150 billion wage back to consolidated fund. For health, if I confirm that, I will write about it. But the initial figures we have extracted speak to more than 150 billion. We ask for money, we don't use the money. Therefore, I recommend, can we do these initiations early? And we are going to talk to Minister of Finance, Planning Authority, and Office of the Prime Minister. All wage must be released at least in the first quarter. And then we see how you return billions into the consolidated fund. That fund is not for you to consolidate it, so don't put money back. We can continue to discuss.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Well, time is not our friend, and I think we need to move very fast. And thank you, the auditor from CSBAG, for those crucial observations and sharing with us. Would like now to prepare to respond to the issues the comments that were raised during the discussion. But before that, and then I would like to request the following MDAs to be ready to respond. Ministry of Education, Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Government has already responded to a couple of them. Ministry of Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Tourism. I hope you're prepared, and I hope you've noted all the issues that the participants raised regarding your presentation or regarding your ministry. Honorable Minister, again, I would like to officially welcome you to this local government budget consultative workshop, and thank you for making time to be here with us this afternoon. Honorable Minister, before you, you have participants from Nakasongola District, from PG District, Masaka City and Masaka DLG, Entebbe Municipal Council, Chira Municipal Council, all the divisions of KCCA, that is Central, Nakawa, Rubaga, and Machinde. And sitting next to you, Chair, is Mr. Simon Peter Oregeje, who is the co-chair for this session, and he is representing the mayor for Kampala Central. So, Honorable Minister, a number of presentations have been made since morning. We've had a presentation on economic management at local government level, capital expenditure, asset budgeting by the Minister of Finance, local government guidelines on PIMS by Minister of Finance, and we also had a presentation from Bank of Uganda on the credit provisions that are available or which are being supported by the Bank of Uganda. We also had a presentation on the implementation of NDP4 at the local government level. And then you remember the presentation that we've just had from Nakasongola on the issues affecting service delivery in local governments. and then the presentation from CS Bag. So, Honorable Minister, now would like to go into the answering of the questions and the comments that were raised by the participants, and thereafter we'll invite you to make your closing remarks. So in the order of the issues that were raised, we had the issue of collection of local revenue. I'd like LGFC to prepare to make a response. On the issue of PDM, as it has already been answered by Minister of Local Government, MAIF have to answer the issue on agro-industrialization policy. Bank of Uganda, you'll need to deal with the issue of the banks giving out their loans and not the cheap agricultural loans that are provided by the Bank of Uganda. I hope there's somebody from UNBS to answer the issue of counterfeit, especially counterfeit farm inputs. There was the issue of the tenfold strategy, whether it's realistic or we are in utopia. Kasim, please prepare to respond to that one. Minister of Tourism, there are a number of issues that have been raised. The issue of focusing only on wildlife. Why don't you look at other tourist attraction amenities? Again, agriculture, cooperative bank, the issue of a cooperative bank, I don't know. I think MAIF also should be able to answer that one. There were a couple of issues raised on PIMS, Christine and Gertrude. I hope you noted them. Please prepare to answer them. The issue of salaries, and I think this came out clearly and it's related to the wage. The issue of saying that there is no wage and there's no wage and there's no wage. I think this one, let me help the minister and the public service ministry people. My understanding is if you discover that you don't have a wage or your wage is low, my understanding is that you're supposed to write to the Ministry of Public Service in order to get clearance to recruit. And then you come to the Ministry of Finance, which will give you a wage that should be able to cover the recruitment. So I'm wondering why this issue is coming up over and over again. And also, and the second one is the audit has just been completed. And these are some of the recommendations that were made in that audit. The second issue is the issue of saying that there are many people who are acting positions and not substantially appointed. I would imagine that is the problem of the accounting officers. Because if you have a wage, the District Service Commission should be able to sit and recruit people to fill those positions. Where are they acting? So these are issues that I thought probably should have not been raised because it's on your side. You're the ones as local governments who are supposed to recruit through the District Service Commission. And with that, so I would like to invite Gertrude. You're going to start. And then in that order, whoever is ready can come next and be able to answer the issues that were raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Gertrude Aaron Basima. I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner, Project Analysis and Public Investment Department. The guidelines that we presented you today are very crucial for your own use, because going forward, all projects within local government are going to follow the cycle that Christine presented earlier on. As the chair informed you, this is for consultation, but again, some questions came through that we need to give feedback. It was raised that most of the projects do not have district investment plans,
So we are going to work with the National Planning Authority to ensure that all the different local governments and districts get the district investment plans that will inform the public investment plan. Because you cannot invest if you have not planned, and then you don't know what you have and what you don't have. We have seen some particular local governments who have constructed an administration block for 10 years. That's not possible, because then you have already started the block where you began is already dilapidated, and now you're still constructing. So because of lack of the plans, we are going to emphasize that these are put in place. Then the issue of procurement and low bidding and high bidding and the one without money, that's in line with the PPDA. I do not think that any guidelines can contradict the PPDA. However, PPDA in itself has changed the modality. It's no longer considering only the low bidder, but it considers how effective and other factors are considered by the bidder. I think those are the issues that came from the PIMS and guidelines that this particular meeting raised. However, we want to emphasize that we are still consulting you. This is not the end. This was just a snapshot, so when we call upon you to give input on your local development grant guidelines, kindly come in and give constructive comments before we turn them into enforceable guidelines. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Minister, sir, and Chair, if you allow members, maybe they can just get up for some 10 seconds to stretch around, please. We are meaning business. Just stretch. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Stretch around. Whichever exercise you think you can do in 10 seconds, do it. But don't slap or knock your neighbor. Can we take back our seats? Colleagues, we are here to consult with you on the budget priorities for next year. And we need your input on how to do it better. Last year we were here to agree on this current year's budget that we are implementing. And I think we did well. Though we were in another venue, but it was the same participants, I think. And again, we are here for next year. We need, or the minister has entrusted us to consult with you to seek your input on the priority areas of the tenfold growth strategy. Honorable Minister, the first issue that has come is that how realistic is the tenfold growth strategy? This is the second year that we are implementing the tenfold growth strategy. And colleagues, as technical officers, if you are not part of this process, then I think it is a little unfortunate that, I don't want to use the good or bad words, that we need to know what we are doing. If you are challenging the tenfold growth strategy, which you are part of the process, then you should challenge yourself what you are doing. We have the ATMs, the 4 anchors of growth of the economy that government and cabinet and parliament approved that to steer our economy faster, to graduate Uganda to a middle income economy. We need to focus on 4 areas: agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based industrial development, then science, technology, and innovation, including creative art industry. And there are common areas that government has refocused resources under each of those areas. For anyone to stand here and say it is not realistic, I think that's not fair to the thoughts of cabinet, to the thoughts of parliament, and which we have all input. Right from last year, we have been talking about this. Even in the Bible, there are prophets of doom. Not so? Yes, there are also prophets of doom. if you can stand out in your own family and say, I don't think I'm going to manage these children, and yet they are your own children, what are you doing as head of the family? Please, I don't want to preempt the minister's speech. I'll request that even after the minister's speech, take time, read and internalize the tenfold growth strategy. I may not have the time to dismantle the strategy before you today, because we are in the second year of implementation. Besides the 4 anchor areas, we have the 10 areas which we call enablers, starting with security, for you to sleep comfortably in your house and wake up the following day untampered with. You must understand what government is investing in that. There are things to do with human capital development, health, education, provision of water that we all consume. These are areas that government has decided to refocus resources into in order to help us realize the tenfold. They are the 4 areas, but they are enablers. The 4 areas are largely private sector led. If you can see agro, government does not farm. Government simply enables the environment for you. Tourism is private. Minerals are done by the private sector. Science is purely the private sector. The creative arts, the local artists. But government simply facilitates the process for you. For us to disown this and say it is not realistic, I think you yourself, you are not realistic to yourself. Yes, I will challenge you. Let's own the process, let's be part of the process, and let's grow the economy tenfold. The plan is, by 2040, we must have more money. Let me use that word. We must have more money. That's why I think he said that, if I can quote, we don't feel the economy in the countryside. You remember that? That was the first thing. We do not feel the economy in the countryside. Right. That is there, but we have started. And slowly by slowly, we shall feel the economy in the countryside. I can reassure you that. That's why they will tell you in 1986, the economy was only 3 trillion, and today we are 263 trillion. Where has that come from? Yes, that's the question. The other is the issue of selection of enterprises for the PDM. I think that issue was responded to. Not so? The colleague from local government talked about this. Not so? Yes. Do we have an industrial policy? Yes. We have an industrial policy. If you need, actually, you come to me, I'll share with you a copy. It is December 2020. It was revised from 2008. Whoever wants, please come to me. I will share with you a copy, even on WhatsApp. It is here, I will share with you. Or you'll get from the Secretariat. The other point, Honorable Minister, which came, is that now we have a catalog of minerals throughout the country, and the Ministry of Energy has gone ahead to share already regionally. The first region, I think, was Karamoja, then the other region, so showing the vastness of the opportunities available, again, to grow our economy. And the colleagues here are asking, since this is coming, is it not high time that we needed to expand the structures of local government to include mineral officers at the district level? I think this is a policy matter that we are going to take it up, because this comes with financial implications. The same with the way we bargained on tourism officers, and now districts have gone ahead to recruit. So we are going to take this up, and we shall present it for consideration. I think the other one was on loans, on the issue of Bank of Uganda, where they said things seem possible, but it's impossible because of, again, what the commissioner said. And I think Madam Jean is going to explain more on this. Again, tenfold came, and they are saying, and the colleagues are saying, we need to expand, again, on tourism. That in Uganda, we are nature-based. We simply rely on wild animals, and we call that tourism. As long as you go in the game park, you have gone for tourism. But there are categories of tourism: leisure tourism, A colleague gave an example of the tall tower. I don't know which city was meaning, whether it was meaning Toronto, Ottawa, or Montreal, because they are quite big. If you are meaning the Olympics tower, I don't know. There are many countries actually that you go, and people have invested more on leisure tourism and not nature-based, including luxury. How we are going to diversify the tourism aspects. And I think that's why government is investing more now on tourism. Really, you may not need Boas to come and talk on this. Government is investing more on tourism, and it is one of the anchor areas in the ATMs. It is number 2. There are many areas there that government has decided to invest in order to improve more tourism, to attract tourists who are able to stay longer, who are able to spend more, who are able to create us more investment opportunities within the sector. There are quite a number of areas there, really. There was, Honorable Minister and Chair, the issue of clay mining in Masaka for tiles, and that it is not being considered as a mineral, it is not being considered to be an act of mining, and yet it has a lot of environmental issues. Masaka as a district is not benefiting, so I think this is one of the areas that we are going to look into. We have captured it. We are going to take it for further discussion and see how this will be, how best this can be addressed with the Ministry of Energy. This is straightforward. There was, again, another issue on investment plans. Districts not having investment plans, and that even the officers are demoralized. They cannot inject enough in terms of time, capacity to have better investment plans at district level. We have district development plans, not so? We have city development plans, not so? Please, I'm talking to you. We have them, not so? And you have municipal development plans, not so? An investment plan is an extract. It's simply an attachment to the district or municipal or city development plan. So if you want a standalone, that is fine. We can work with National Planning Authority to have it done. Because purely, it is like the public investment plan. At the end, you have a profile of projects. Investment is purely about capital development or also services. Whichever district thinks they can invest better in services, please, let's work with National Planning Authority. The team is there, 6 services, and you'll be helped. I do not see why an able officer can sit in the district, he knows the problem, he sleeps with the problem, he keeps quiet, and then he comes here to declare that in my district we don't have an investment plan. Have you taken time to raise this at council? That as a council, we don't have an investment plan. Have you taken time? It is not rational that you can come here to declare that in your district, you have no investment plan. How sure are you that the rest don't have? Rather, you should consult. Yes, that's not acceptable. Then the other is again on the tenfold, which I've answered. And then there are issues, cross-cutting, which I think the plan and Akasongola raised. The issue of transport. I must say, I think government already gave money. And I think the first 90 vehicles arrived. And the distribution is soon. 35 billion was given to procure vehicles for the local government leader. So please, it is coming. I mean, they are coming. They are coming. Government has already given money. So it is just about arrival. Can we please, do we have any issues? If it is not clear, raise your hand. If you are doubting that government has not bought vehicles, raise your hand. Yes. Yes. There are vehicles coming. Yes. It's okay. They always say they are coming, and they are coming. Yes. 90 out of how many local governments? 176. Obviously, you are not alone who has missed for this lot. They are coming. Yes. I'm sure you are coming back in the next time, unless you are worried that you might miss to test the new cars. Yes, so the next time you'll still have, they're coming. Yes. You see, never consider life to be, don't look at life from the negative side. Let's not lament, my colleagues, my leaders, let's not lament. Let's have positivism, and things will reach you. There was the issue of the structure.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You said if we have something to add, we should raise our hands. Did you say that, sir? But I raised, you didn't respond, so I am sorry I had to interject. And I wanted to raise this matter as a matter of fundamental importance, the context in which these challenges have been raised. It's not like people are saying nothing is being done, but it is to raise this matter in line with the 10-point development strategy of government. If you are to drive the economy in line with the enabler number 1, agricultural production and productivity, and you only tell us by supplying one vehicle to the district chairperson, then you have enabled number 1 to proceed and deliver the country to the 10-point growth, then I think it is fundamentally to lose the main point. The main point is, where are these workers who are supposed to reach the farmers, to prepare them to understand modern agricultural practices, to help them to understand post-harvest handling, so that what we produce is not dried on the streets and the roads in my sister's place here, so that we can access the world markets that we are meant to supply, that even our neighbors, South Sudan, don't reject our crop and our produce. Then we must focus on this extension worker. The chairman's vehicle will not be sufficient. Yes, it is important. It is necessary because he also does overall monitoring and supervision. But without supporting the extension worker to reach the farmers, it becomes impossible, my brother. We request that the planners, when they are looking at national development plans, when you are planning for growth, sorry, my apologies. You do it in a wholesome and all-inclusive manner. Otherwise, we shall fail government effort, however well-intentioned it is. I thank you.
I entirely agree with you. Maybe just to make it clear, the vehicles coming are for the same purpose that you have said. It is to ease monitoring of government programs. It is to ease access, consultations. All that is true. But also, maybe just as a point of clarification, agro is number 1 of the 4 pillars. The enablers are 10, and number 1 is security. You'll get them. But I don't disagree with what you are saying. It is true. However, just in line with what he said, that it is only 90, please, let's take what has come as the rest come. Yes. Eventually, the whole country will be covered. And in line with what you have said, I'm sure monitoring will improve of all government programs. IFMS breakdowns, these have, if they have been...
Maybe just to add on the issue of extension services, I have here, and I think you also have it on your documents, that in this financial year, which is going on now, 11.93 billion was provided over and above the budget for the issue of extension services, staffing, capacity building, and retooling. So we are doing something. At least we've taken a step in this financial year. Hopefully in the next financial year again, we'll make another step. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's an input. The other is on the IFMS breakdowns. Again, I think this is an operational matter. It's a system issue. If there has been any breakdowns of IFMS, I think it's just basically to do with the network issues. And I don't see how this is a major issue. Normally, it doesn't take more than a day or half day, or else you hold government at ransom. I don't think there are any big really system issues these days, including the PBS as well as EGP. If it is off, it is just like normal system challenges, but it is normally restored. Then waste management, Honorable Minister, this is, I think, an issue. I think we all witnessed the climax with the unfortunate incident at Chitezi, but I think government has been on top of this matter. But overall, in urban centers, we have all seen with the explosion of the population, it's a challenging matter. Again, it comes to a planning matter. And I think we need to refocus and have detailed discussions with the Ministry of Lands on this to keep our cities or our towns clean. There are some cities, if you go in this country, they are really, I don't know how they manage. Gulu, for example, I really don't know how they manage to keep it clean. When it is raining, the water on the roadside is clean. Yeah. When it is raining, the water on the roadside is clean. I don't know how it is in Kampala, but I don't want to talk a lot on that. Yeah, we need to see how best to do this. It starts with us, the leaders. It starts with us. And it starts back home also. Capitation grant, the proposal is to have it increased to 30,000. Okay, we take the proposal and we see. We'll run the numbers and see the overall implications for all the children, all our learners in Uganda. And we'll debate this with Cabinet and see how feasible this will be. Staffing levels in schools. First of all, secondary education teachers are recruited at the center, not so? And posted. But they are posted with wage, not without wage. Not so. Do we have any districts that have received teachers from the center without wage provision? Okay, so I think I have a colleague from Ministry of Education who will respond to this if they are really there. Maybe you'll need to go one-on-one with some of them and see the same. But for primary, I think these are within the provisions of council. And the CAO, they should be able to have these gaps closed. Request for clearance to recruit, and I think we are lucky to have the Minister of Public Service here, and I'm sure he will say something on this. The same with the wage bill, so that sums it up. We are requested to have titles for all government investments. This is a new one, of course, and it is coming as a guideline. You have seen it with UGift, and most of the incoming projects, especially with World Bank, we expected to have titles. Again, this is a serious matter that we are going to discuss and see for further action, and you'll have a response. Foot and mouth disease. Do we have an outbreak? I have a colleague from Maif. Where's Fahad Davis? Yes, you'll respond to this. And then salary disparities, Honorable Minister. I think this is one of the battles that government is surely going to win. And then last but not least is the issue of low accommodation facilities at Health Center Force. UGift, I think, has already done quite substantive work on this. I know there are more facilities coming, and we are lucky to have a successor program for UGift. This current phase of UGift ends this year in December, and we'll have the next phase starting next year. So as we start the planning and budgeting process for next year, we need to factor in those facilities and see how the resources available will accommodate. For now, in case maybe I've not said anything, I'll request maybe Bank of Uganda first to come in and share with us. Yes? A short one, sir. I'll be very quick. You know, I've been looking through the questionnaire, and I'm thinking we are talking about this tenfold strategy, and we are talking about agro-industrialization. And I would like to thank Nakasongola, but an appeal to all the districts. I think when we give the district profiles, let us give the economic information and opportunities. For instance, you hear about the factories that are employing people. How many factories do we have in Nakasongola? What are their issues? Okay? We hear about arable land, and this is the one that we are going to utilize. What is the arable land in these places? What are the volumes being produced? Now, we have clearly in NDP 4, the 4 industrial agricultural value chains, which is coffee, cassava, vegetable oil, and fish, in addition to the dairy and sugar. So we would like to have this process speak to that, so that, the current factories have challenges, and they have ideas. For instance, Ministry of Finance, the zero rating of VAT is very, very critical to make this country competitive. Uganda now is the only one making starch. So if these policies are implemented, we can move fast.
Okay, that's a clear recommendation, and I think it's a good point. I'm sure even our secretariat have picked up. Profiling is very important because it helps you know what is there, what is working well, what is not working well. And you have entered in for example, you have given the issue of factories to know, because even as a district, you should be able to know how many factories are employing how many people. And besides that, now with what came this morning, if you followed the presentation by Mr. Kasim, right now, starting next year, a parish chief must be able to generate and present a state of economy at parish level. That presentation actually has a lot, because they will be feeding onto this information, which the parish chiefs will share with their sub-county chiefs, because those are the technical heads at that level. And those people feed onto the district, and you are able to have a summary of performance of the economy of each district. So thank you for that. Honorable Minister, the last but not least was the issue of water, both for domestic and industrial use. And I think Nakasongola came as an example, water stressed. But I think this came with the examples that some of the projects that we have cannot generate large volumes of water that are required, as well as for domestic, but also for industrial purposes. But I think as a country, we have water. However, there are big projects that have already been mounted by Ministry of Water and Environment, and I think the immediate central region, including Nakasongola, Nakaseke, all that area, I think is the biggest beneficiary of this. I would like to rest, and Madam Jean, please, can you come forward?
Just in 2 minutes, because we are time bound.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this time. We had 7 questions raised to Bank of Uganda. Number 1 was information should be segregated downwards and not just here. We should try to reach out to the people and not just the leaders. I would like to inform you that Bank of Uganda tries to ensure it attends gatherings where the farmers are and the people. We attend trade shows, we attend agriculture shows, we attend district workshops when called upon or invited, so we ensure that we try to reach the people in every opportunity we get. Then institutions divert to high interest loans, stroke only the big men get the money. Unfortunately, it may be true to an extent that the institutions and the banks try to divert people to the high interest loans. Again, that's why we try to reach out to the people ourselves, because when you go to the bank and you know what you want, it becomes hard for them to twist your arm. And no, it's not true that only the big people get the money. Here we have statistics for Small Business Recovery Fund in particular. The micro borrowers getting below 20 million, constitutes 77.4% of the borrowers that we have lent money. So no, not only the big people get the money. And that is in our June report of 2025. Then agriculture is 70% of the GDP, why isn't government stopping counterfeit? I believe that's for URSB to answer. Then agriculture can't be managed by commercial banks. They should set up an agricultural bank. That was by 2 people. Well, why it is managed by the commercial banks, it's not just the aspect of agriculture, it's the aspect of lending people. So that can't be managed by an institution. And then why we are using commercial banks? Because they're the ones regulated by Bank of Uganda. And why are we using institutions regulated by Bank of Uganda? It's because Ministry of Finance gave the money to Bank of Uganda. So we cannot go to people we do not regulate and give them the money. Then banks say BOU turnaround time is long. That was the last question. Yeah. No, interest rates and processing fees are still high. Well, for our economy in Uganda, where loans are given at 20-something% in a bank if you're lucky, and over 40% in small institutions and money lenders, I would like to believe that 12% is not high. Not so, Minister. The Minister is doing his best to give us, through Bank of Uganda, the best rate on the market, our market. And then lastly, banks say the BOU turnaround time is long. I would beg to differ. It may be a ploy to try to push you to another loan. So please try and insist to get the SCF and SBRF loans. And in case of any issue, I repeat, in case of any issue, when you see the banks are really taking you around, please call the toll-free line. We will always be glad to help. We have relationships with those banks. They can talk to the respective loan officers that are maybe giving you a hard time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, BOU, for answering those issues. I would like us to agree on a number of issues. Number one is already, I think, 2:15, and I know the sugar levels are very low. So I would like to suggest that if the responses that should have come from the other MDAs, that we keep them for tomorrow, so that tomorrow before the closing ceremony, we'll request those officers from those ministries to come forward and answer all the issues that would have been generated across the 2 days workshop. Is that agreeable? Those who say yes say aye, and the other ones say no. The ayes have it. Okay. Now with that, we come to the next item, which is the minister's remarks. And thereafter, we will be able to go and have our lunch. And then we go into the afternoon program. So, Honorable Minister, without much ado, I'd like to invite you to address the participants. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you here. The whole of local government is here. Let me stand on the protocol, which has been very well elaborated here since morning, and accept my respect to that protocol. It's a bit late,
as the chair said, and the sugar levels, I'm told, are very low. So we should do everything possible to make sure that we are done with this ceremony so that the sugar levels are not fully exhausted by the time we end. It's a good thing that mine are just remarks, and we take them at that. And they are remarks in a representative capacity. So don't look at me here as the Minister of Public Service. Look at me as the Minister of Finance. And I'm conveying the remarks of the Minister of Finance. Well, welcome to this engagement. And this is a follow-up of the National Budget Conference that was held on the 11th of September this year. Perhaps some of you were there at Speak Resort, Munyonyo. And you know this routine occasion. The budget preparation process comes at a time when the country has already made significant gains in the socio-economic transformation journey. Therefore, this workshop is intended to present and discuss the proposed budget strategy for the following budget year, 2026-2027, with you, the local government leaders. To discuss these service delivery challenges, which you have raised here, the short time I've been here, I've had many of those challenges, and provide a feedback on the recommendations which were made last year during the previous consultations, and to disseminate grand program guidelines for the preparation of next year's budget framework papers. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, particular attention will be on further improving government efficiency, strengthening project execution, and increasing productivity of all the Ugandans. The process of budget formulation has so far been informed by the strategic policy guidance provided by His Excellency the President of the Republic, the tenfold growth strategy and NDP4, and its attendant program implementation action plans, the PAPs. We have also undertaken initial consultations with the private sector, civil society. You saw the civil society here ably presenting their case, and the local government, local development partners, the second Public Investment Management Systems Conference, and the 9th High-Level Economic Growth Forum, and here we are consulting with you. The recommendations from these consultations, together with the outcomes of the program working group discussions, will guide the finalization of the financial year 2026-27 budget. The theme you know very well. We are aiming at full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. So the focus on next year's next financial year will be on deepening the implementation of the anchor growth sectors, which we call the ATMs. And indeed they are ATMs. Slot it in there, and the money rolls out. Not so? Those ATMs. And the enablers. I don't know whether you have considered yourselves to be in that sector of enablers. Have you? Yes, you are among the enablers. Yes. You are the enablers. Now, let's look at, briefly, the feedback of what was proposed last year. The low share, for instance, of local government funding. Yes, on a nominal basis, financing of local government services has greatly improved. It has improved, contrary to popular belief. It has improved from Uganda shillings 2,361.4 billion in 2015-16 to now 7,345 billion this year, 2025-26. And this forms 10% of the national budget. 10%. It's quite a significant chunk. And if you look at what we generate locally, the revenue locally, if you take 10% out of it, this is almost 1/3 of our local revenue. So these increases have gone towards financing the operations of the education, health, water and environment, and agriculture sub-programs. And additional resources have gone to the parish development model, EMIOGA, aimed at providing revolving funds at the lowest level of governance to increase household incomes and improve the livelihood of the citizens. You know, this is quite revolutionary. I think for the first time, Uganda is reaching out to the people down there who are very instrumental in making the wealth which Uganda enjoys, for the first time. And the process has changed from wealth being concentrated at the top. It has now gone down to the local level. And once it is there, there's likely to be more wealth. And this is quite revolutionary. It is something for which we need to credit His Excellency the President, because he has been a very, very keen proponent of this method of work. And of course, the local people are enjoying PDM. They are supposed to be the 39% of the very poor, but it's turned out that it's even a larger percentage. It's a larger percentage. Out of the 45.9 million people, we only have about 281,000 civil servants. It's a very small segment. If you add the military and other people, it comes to about maybe 400,000. It's a very small segment out of, and these are the people taking a fairly huge amount of money. But now when money goes down there, to enable people to get more money, this is quite okay. And, you know, it's really being equitable. Equitable. Lack of transport has been mentioned here in the Nakasongola case, and it's everywhere. Lack of transport, both on not only equipment, but also other aspects of transport for monitoring. And definitely I'd like to say that this issue is being addressed using a phased approach. You know, when you are poor, you cannot be like God. You know, God is so rich. You remember in Genesis? He was saying, let there be light. And there was light, and God saw it was good and nice, and he felt happy. Let there be another light which shines in during the night. And there, just like that, the moon and the stars were there. And there was light. And he saw it was good and beautiful. Yes, but unfortunately we are not God. Although we are told that we are created in his image. Not so? So for us, we are going in phases. And I think this point should be clearly scored, understood. So this has been approached in a phased approach. And accordingly, 35.2 billion was provided in the budget of this financial year towards the purchase of cars for chairpersons, city municipal mayors, and procurement is in advanced stages by the Ministry of Local Government, and delivery is expected by the end of November 2025. I thought people would, feel very happy, those mayors and so on. Eh? Yes. And isn't it going to be the first time that really attention has been given to this very important category of enablers? Yes. And of course, if it is phased this year, next year will be another phase, and the other year, normally in the cycle of 3 years, then everybody will be covered. Wonderful. The issue of non-induction of political leaders and the councillors, yes, this is very important. The leaders we have are democratically generated. And some of them don't have the professional expertise which is required. You only have to have a certain academic level. For you to be a member of parliament, you should have got a senior 6 certificate. That's all. It's very easy. Senior 6, and you can relate to the people very well, and you inspire confidence, and they give you the vote. And next day, you are an MP, supposed to make laws and regulations for the rest of the country. You don't need to be a professional doctor. That is just addition. You should not be a professional accountant. Additional. So induction is important. Very, very important, really. To align people to what they are supposed to do so that they can do the work very well, and even to bring in focus the gravity and the amount of work that they are supposed to do. That they don't meander and waver and get carried away by other non-core considerations. So now, this you should actually put emphasis on and raise it as one of the priorities, so that at least induction is undertaken for the new enablers in the coming government, 26 up to 31. And harmonized revenue systems and revenue sharing. So effective this financial year, only the IRAS is being implemented. The issue of review of revenue sharing requires constitutional amendment, and this process has already been initiated by the Ministry of Local Government. And of course, you'll be consulted in due course, and probably even before you go, I think you'll have the liberty to make comments on this issue. And I'm sure some comments have also in the past been made. If we raise the revenue, why should we now take it to the treasury? It is taken there. And then after some time, it is returned. And in the process, some of the money that was raised doesn't come back. There is a cost to this transfer. So what is the logic? What's the sense? There are some considerations. But I think we need to put our heads together that if you generate the revenue, can you use it very well, equitably, before even it is declared up the treasury? And if there is overall revenue raised in the country, can there be some equitable sharing? There are some areas where the revenue may not be enough. Do we have to say, okay, we don't mind, or we didn't tell you to be poor, so the rich must enjoy their wealth and swim in luxury, then the poor regions must remain poor, according to what they are. So there are technical system challenges on PBS, IFMS, and HCM. This has been reviewed, and the interface between all those systems has been enhanced. and continues to be improved. The Ministry of Finance conducted PBS and IFMS trainings for MDAs and local government heads of department in July this year to enhance their skills in the budgeting, reporting process, and this will be a continuous process going forward. In addition, there are always periodic trainings and support at the Treasury regional centers. So some improvement is going on, yes, and the training is going on, and it will continue until we really have a seamless relationship with these systems. Then there are those PAPs which are not aligned to local governments. This challenge was notable during the NDP3. However, NDP4 program implementation action plans have been reviewed and improved in consultation with their representatives. The NPA will highlight the details later, you know, in the course of the day, and I'm sure it has already done so. Then the weak internal audit functions. Now, for this one, to cure this, at least 6 billion has been provided this financial year. Yes, and probably where 6 billion has gone, there'll be some noticeable improvement. Then inadequate funds and lack of road equipment. Yes, this is real and critical, but you recall 1 billion was given to each district. And of course, now there is a move to bring the road equipment to those districts we don't have. And Cabinet decided that districts which are very large, you know, like Nakaseke, they are going to add an extra set of road equipment. Yes. Yes. So, yes, something is going to be done. And an excuse is removed. You cannot now say we are not making our road because we lack equipment. The equipment is there. It will be, if you don't make the road, this will be another excuse, not lack of equipment. And also, in addition, Cabinet decided that they must now at least focus on Japanese equipment, which is stronger than, let's say, the Chinese equipment, which is more suitable for our terrain. So, but the Chinese equipment, which had been imported earlier, will remain in the district as an extra to work at least on the town and city, you know, the town and municipal roads, where there are no stumps, there are no troublesome rocks and so on. So that is also something additional. Now, shortfalls for ex gratia, councillors' allowances and so on. Shortfalls, the Ministry of Finance provided 7.305 billion in financial year 24-25 for arrears. And this has been carried forward in the current year, 25-26. And it amounts now to 19.12 billion. And this has been provided. So the total allocation now for councillors for ex gratia is 53.12 billion. So, yes, some effort has been made. But the challenge sometimes is that some vote holders and or counting officers still don't pay. They don't pay these allowances. I think if some of them are here, they will also tell us why. Why don't you want to pay the allowance of a councillor? And it's a very small allowance, by the way. Let's be realistic. And these councillors meet not frequently. Not frequently. So why do you hold on to this little money of theirs. I think this is something which would be handled very fast. Not so? Yes. As soon as they have met, in fact, towards the end of the meeting, you should be there for administrative purposes. Yes. And they go with their little pay and so on. But you hold on to it. Please, don't do that. You know, these little things cause frustration and annoyance, which is not good. And then you are cast in a different light. Eh? I need my 40,000 shillings, but you have held on to it. Yet for you, as much as I know, much as there has been no enhancement so far, at least what you have is maybe 20 times more than the 40,000. And nobody holds on to it. What is the problem? So please, I think let's be a little bit considerate and clear some of these things. Then the inadequate extension services. There's need for more funding for these services, for staffing, for capacity and retooling. So accordingly, 11.931 billion was provided over and above the budget, and this was raised here. Yes. And I'm told even some transport was added to some of those extension workers, particularly those in the A sector, agriculture. Hey, so what is happening? What is happening? You find an agricultural officer, no, an extension worker, is not known, or she's not known. She lives, let's say, near the sub-county, but the neighbors there don't know the fellow. And when you go there, you're actually the one now, the visitor, to introduce that extension worker. Sometimes they are so nice, they come with those motorcycles which they have been given, and then people see this person for the first time. So what is happening? Is it a question of mindset change or whatever? Sometimes when they ask, they say they have no fuel. Then the poor farmer has to sell his cock to provide fuel for the extension worker. That he can get that assistance. No, this is wrong. In the 60s, we used to grow cotton in Nakasongola. We used to have these extension workers, but they didn't have motorcycles. These workers had bicycles, but they made sure they reached every farmer. And Nakasongola, was a sparsely populated place those days. Distances were quite long. A sub-county was as big as a district. One sub-county, let's say called Kalungi, I think was the size of one of the districts in Imbale of Namisindwa. And but these fellows would be there. They would be there, go to the garden, go to the ground. Now what has happened? What kind of revolution has happened now? These workers now have motorcycles, but they cannot even visit the farmer next to where they live. Why? No fuel. What is happening? And if they have to visit, then they must demand for fuel from the person supposed to enjoy the service. And this person is forced to sell a goat. Those days it was a different thing. This fellow drives cycles, gets to you, and it shows you even how to plant the cotton. And because you appreciate, you even get a coke for him. And he goes away very happy. These days he will give you a coke, since you are only demanding it already. So the other issue was upgrading the health center 2s and to health center 3s, and then the operation of the facilities. The YouGift program has done something good. I think the Minister of the health official, has already given a report, accountability of what has been done. So ladies and gentlemen, government has taken note of all the other issues that have not been addressed in the current budget, owing to budget constraints. But let me assure you that these will be addressed in the subsequent years over the medium term. All other programs, specific issues shall be highlighted during the panel sessions, you know, as you sit here. What is important is really to focus on them and raise them as important issues so that they are captured. And when finally the final meeting is held to determine the priorities, then I'm sure these will be captured. If they are recurrent in every consultation, then they will be captured as important. They will be elevated to the level of strategic issues which must not be underlooked. Now, the grant negotiations coordinated by the Local Government Finance Commission were concluded, and the outcomes will be presented again here during the discussions. Now, there are issues concerning first service delivery. The first one now of salary, pension and gratuity shortfalls. Yes, this one is very, very key and very important. Leave alone shortfalls, but the actual even raising of the salaries. One good thing is that, yes, it has been decided that we should enhance salaries. And work in that direction has started. From 2018-19, the pay rise has been going up. It's been done. Even this financial year, there was a pay rise. We have been talking with the public service union leaders to underscore the commitment of government that pay rise is going to go on. And we also want to address the salary disparities, particularly in the teaching sector. In spite of that, it's surprising that some of our workers, the leaders, the union leaders, especially in the teaching sector, they have chosen to lay down their tools. We are telling them, yes, come rain, come hail, come wind, come everything, come darkness, come light. The salaries for arts teachers are going to be raised next financial year. We are also discussing now to raise the salaries of local government workers. But the other day, the union leaders of local governments slapped us with the industrial action. They said they are not working. Why salaries are not going to be raised? Yet, we have discussed this issue in cabinet. The Minister of Local Government presented a proposal to raise the salaries of local government workers, including the political leaders. Yes. But because the figures which were being raised were a bit ambitious, which cannot be sustainably accommodated, Cabinet decided that, yes, they should be fine-tuned under the chairmanship of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service. So, the committee was put in place. The committee is sitting, and they are likely to report very soon in the cabinet to say yes, not to oppose the raise, but to say yes, these are the figures which can be accommodated both in the short and in the long term. Yet, our friends are saying, we cannot continue working unless this raise happens now. Fellow Ugandans, aren't you being a little bit unrealistic? We are saying yes. You mean if your cow conceives today, just because you want milk, and maybe you have not had milk for the last 9 years, she says, no, this cow must produce now, so that I can have milk. So let's be realistic. And let's be calm. Really, this pay rise is going to come. And then, of course, pension, yes. We passed the Pension Act, and it's going to be effective next financial year. And in this act, to start it off, government is going to share the burden of establishing it. It's going to be a defined benefit pension scheme where, as a worker, you contribute something, 5%, then the government contributes 10% for some time. Then, but to start it off for the next 2 years, the 15% will be borne by government. And it's a kind of small raise anyway, although people don't want to appreciate that. Yeah? It's a small raise. But now people say, oh, no. But it's there. And it's the beginning now of the cure of all the pension ills that we have had, including certain syndromes, which are very well known to you. Yeah? So that is something. Then the issue of those shortfalls, we are saying you adhere strictly to verified payroll audits. Outcomes from the Ministry of Public Service harmonization exercise, and the integrity of data captured on the program budgeting system when preparing all salary, pension, and gratuity budgets. Please adhere and be disciplined. Please be disciplined. Because if you are not, you cause problems. In the middle of the year, you come up that there is a shortfall. How? When you budgeted and presented figures. Why? Because you went ahead, recruited clandestinely. You went ahead and put in, because your aunt prevailed on you, your aunt who paid your school fees. She now comes, say, my son, Patrick. You remember I'm the one who paid school fees for you? Now this one has graduated in Makerere. Please do something. And then you begin fidgeting. And in the end, there is a wage shortfall. The indiscipline, you advertise for 10 posts. In some districts do so. You advertise, there are actually 10 posts, but you put in an advertisement and you recruit 50 people and you give them letters of appointment, but they are only 10 and the wage is for 10 people. Then you begin fidgeting. 2 months you pay this one, then next month your name fell off. The system just ate your name. Then like that, you begin juggling like that. And in the end, there's a shortfall. You see? There's a shortfall. And there's I think there's something attractive in doing this. There is some pecuniary interest. There's a district where people came and gave testimony, and some of them were councillors. They came to me, and I called the PS. They said, yes, our children were interviewed, they passed, and so on. But they told us, first of all, for the application to be received, 1 million shillings. Then, for the short list to be done, 1.5. Then, the interviews and so on, for you now to make sure the interview process is okay. Yeah, you raise another 1.5. It is to facilitate the interview. Then, yes, after you have passed and results are displayed, then for you now to pick the letter, 2 million. So councillors came, they had gone through all that process, made sure that they complied with the requirements of recruitment, those requirements, but the letters were not forthcoming. Then they were told, you know, these letters can't come because the clearing office is the Minister of Public Service, and the permanent secretary and the chair of the Public Service Commission. We are still engaging them. They waited 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Until I said, but we know where the ministry is. Eh? We know even where. Let's go there. So the councillors came prepared with their money. Eh? So they had been told for the minister, 5 million, for the permanent secretary, 3 million, and the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, 3 million. Once you do that, you will even come with a letter of appointment. Because after we prepared them, we took them up there. So they came confidently, Minister, we are here. We have come prepared. Our children, the candidates are these. Give us the letters. So we were all shocked. So who told you this? He said, no, this is the practice in that district. So you can see what is fueling indiscipline is that pecuniary aspect. But please desist from that kind of thing. It's not good. So we advise these people, please take back your money, go back to that particular district, demand the letters for your children. And then they were crying, no. And some of these were speaking in Ruchiga. And sometimes these Bachiga speakers can be very forceful. They told us they had sold their goats and many bags of maize and so on. Now, here they were. They are not getting served. So please desist and be disciplined and avoid from this kind of thing. Now, there is still unpaid pension and gratuity for beneficiaries of 2024 and 25. And of course, there are discrepancies in the domestic arrears submitted by accounting officers. So a special audit is being conducted on these issues. And so you are asked, you remember, to resubmit your domestic arrears by the 30th of June 2024. Now, please cooperate in this matter so that all these things that are still a nuisance and causing difficulty are captured and the arrears are paid once and for all. Here you talked about the development plans, some of which are there, others are not there, others were submitted, others have not been submitted. Let's style up. Not so? Yes, let's style up and have these plans there. How do you operate without a plan? And the plan is in your head. You are raising ground, you know, for things to go wrong. Because in your head, sometimes you forget. Or you change priorities unknowingly. Now, what is the next financial year? You remember, it has been said here, this is the second year we are implementing the 4th National Development Plan. We need to deliver the 10-fold growth strategy and also to deliver Agenda 2030 of the SDGs. And this is going to be the first budget to deliver during the next new government, and which is coming. The next government. Yes. Are you aware that it's going to be around? Come February, yes, we are in the new government. And I think all of you will be there. And you are working actively to support the new government under General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Not so? I can see some of your eyes are very eager, but there are others who are looking like hawks. The eyes seem to be seeing, but they seem to be sleeping. What is happening? So this is going to be the first one. And yes, of course, we know we civil servants are supposed to be non-partisan, not so? And for us, but also we serve the political authority. We serve, make sure that the manifesto of the political authority is fulfilled, in addition to the development plans, NDP4 and all these frameworks. Not so? So I think you'll stand to be counted. You will stand to be counted that you have done your utmost consciously and happily to ensure that the next government under Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is in place, and you are serving it to consolidate the gains that have been achieved so far. Is that okay? Hey, is that okay? Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Okay. So, in this budget, priorities, it is going to prioritize investment in the first phase, accelerator actions of the tenfold growth strategy anchored on the 4 key growth areas, and the enablers underpinned by the goal of full monetization and formalization of the economy. Now, in order to consolidate these gains and sustain the momentum for socio-economic transformation, the theme for this year is exactly that one. Full monetization through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The specific objectives are increased value addition to agricultural, mineral, raw materials, oil and gas, and tourism. Increased investment in science, technology, and innovation. Sustained investment in the enablers, transport infrastructure, electricity, irrigation, industrial parks, education, health, and security. Enhanced revenue collection, and promoting regional integration and access to markets. So, therefore, sustained investment in the ATMs is very important, and it is key. In addition, the strategy prioritizes continued investment in these tenfold growth as enshrined in NDP4. Security, transport, electricity, irrigation, social services, education and health and water for consumption, industrial parks, domestic revenue mobilization, regional economic integration, environmental protection, disaster management, and the elimination of corruption. Corruption, corruption, corruption. Corruption, we need to repent. Yes, let's repent. We have left undone what should be done, and we have done what should not be done. And I believe all of you here are believers. You believe in one God Almighty, not so? Maker of heaven and earth, not so? But you take slightly different roads to reach God. Some of you go through Mecca to reach that one God. Others go through Rome, the Vatican, not so? Others go through Canterbury. And others go through Jaja Muanga. Eh? Not so? To reach that God. But one thing is clear, God is one, God is standard. God does not tolerate corruption. So let's eliminate it. Now, this strategy, of course, if we are going to achieve it, will require implementing reforms and actions to address the binding constraints and productivity and increase efficiency in the critical anchor areas and enabler interventions. You are discussing, please discuss. And pay attention to those discussions. Scratch your heads so that you come up with good solutions, which will definitely work for us. Before I conclude, there were just a few issues that were raised, which I think I should address. One, the salary disparities. And this is key. The thing is, we agreed on the pay principles as government. And we worked out a salary structure. Before, there were many spines of a salary. Many spines. And of course, a structure with many spines is very difficult. If, let's say, we had 2 spinal cord, it would be sometimes very difficult for us to move this organism. So now we resorted to a single spine. We also worked out harmonization among the various sectors. This has been achieved. Then we came up with the pay targets, the highest and the lowest, following those very complicated ratios, which I don't want to go into. But take it from me that yes, harmonization has been adopted. And the salary targets are, they have been adopted. And it's what is guiding us. I think when all is said and done, probably people in U8, I think the least they'll get will be 1.4 million in U8. We are hoping, if nothing goes wrong, to deflect our course forward. Like, for instance, COVID came in and really deflected our course forward. This should be attained before the end of the next government. Now, the second principle we adopted was that we should pay in phases because of the very big and strategic priorities, some of which are conflicting. We cannot pay straight away across board. We said, okay, let's take some of the strategic areas first. We looked at health, yes. Consultants and all these we paid. And these who are interns and so on, we paid them. Then we looked at school teachers. You know, teachers were getting something. They were in U8, a good number of them. We gave them a pay rise. We looked at, they were among the least paid people for years. And yet, when you compare the risk, then they said the risk of a chief administrative officer. So we gave them a pay rise. Then we looked at the judiciary. These people, they seem to be not doing much, but they're also in that strategic area. So we gave them a pay rise. Then finally, we looked at, in the teaching service, we looked at the scientists, because we want to have a science-led economy. We encourage them. We gave them a pay rise as well. And scientists across board. If you're an agriculturalist, if you are not just even a science teacher only, but science, you have that science base. And then, you know, the lawyers, for instance, in the office of the DPP and so on, these are equally important in the fight against corruption and what have you, and stimulating the economy. We gave them a pay rise. So that's what could be afforded for now. And as I was saying, the next financial year, we want it resolved that those other sectors, not only the arts teachers, but the rest of the other sectors, like the common cadre, where you administrators, some of you fall, HR and so on, let them also get the 25% pay rise. And if this is captured in your discussions, then it will come out as one of the strategic areas to consider. If it is not, because maybe one or the other, you are a bit comfortable, then we shall, let's wait. Yes. It may sound funny, but there have been instances where people have come to me, I want a job. You say, oh, well, what job? Now you're a graduate. He says, okay, but can't I even be an office attendant? You see, no. Office attendant? Yes. But tell me, isn't this office attendant given an interest, you know, to buy some of these provisions? Yes, 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 sometimes. And how much is it per quarter? At least now, for here in the, at the head office of the ministry. You say, oh, well, quarter, yeah, because the ministry is busy, you can have 4 million. You say, yeah, I'll work. You say, he. That you'll work? Yes. Ah. You a graduate. At least a graduate, you should be in U4 or U5, but you are ready to work, so you begin suspicion. So if some of you may say, we don't mind, much as we are here, and you know, we don't mind, we can still continue getting our 600,000. It's okay. If that's the case, okay, then we suspect there is something. Okay? But if you are genuine, then you'll take this enhancement as a very big priority and definitely argue for it. And then, of course, the side of public service, we have agreed we want really to support this through the entire budget process. So that next year, we have enhancement for the other 64% of the public service that has not got an enhancement since 2014. You see, why we are doing this is because really we want to do something which the economy can support. Because a pay rise means many other things, including giving pension. You don't want to raise the pay and then halfway in between you can't even raise the pension. That will not be good. So all I can say is that, okay, let's work hard, let's be a little bit patient. You've been patient since 2014. I don't see why you should not be patient for just a few more months. It is even under 1 year. Then you go to the promised land. Eh? Don't be like these no-to leaders who have led their people very comfortably, and they want to be like Moses. That they'll just be shown. You see, that is the promised land. That's the pay rise. And then they will not go there and to enjoy it themselves. So we have been asking these leaders to call off the strike. We're even asking the local government leaders to call off the strike, because what they are struggling for has already, a decision has already been taken, and a pay rise is going to happen. So what is it? Eh? What is it? Eh? They are forcing us to sack them. Eh? Forcing government to sack them. And it is true. If they don't go back to work, they will be deemed to have abandoned duty, and they will be laid off. They'll be laid off. And things will move on. And then our workers who are ready to work for just a few months will be enlisted. And then they go with the pay rise. There was the other issue that was raised, which I also would like to, I think that was the key one. But there are other things, just very briefly, which we have undertaken in public service, which I think really we could pay attention to as you provide a service and you focus on service delivery the next and the subsequent years. One of them is this one. Service delivery standards. These we have guided for the various entities to deliver these to work out these service delivery standards, and to measure them and gauge them, including the client charters. Many local governments have these charters in place. There are a few local governments that do not yet, or are in the process of formulating these charters, or they are updating the charters. Please go ahead and have them in place. They are a very good guide in service delivery. They are a very good guide. We have also looked at good health and well-being, among public servants. It's one of the requirements for a public servant to be healthy. Not so? Yes, please. Much as we don't have the facilities at our places of work, but at least encourage the public servants to do some exercise, so that all these signs of obesity and what have you, those are left to people who are not disciplined. And I can assure you, just doing some regular exercise will cut your health budget by 50%. So the leaders are encouraged to encourage the workers, to do some work, at least twice a week. Something simple. We are not turning you into fighters and so on, but at least for you. That when you stand up to talk or to move, the people have confidence in you that you are healthy, you are strong, you are virile. Not so? Yes, and that one we have also instituted in the service. Now, there is the other one, which we have also paid attention to, the e-inspection. I think you are aware of that e-inspection we have put in place. Please follow it up. We don't have enough money for you physically to move. You have raised issues of transport. Now, if you are waiting for the money and the transport to go, when will it happen? You may take 2 years before you reach a unit. But you can do something, inspection, very conveniently. And then where there is a big problem, that's where you go. So that one is in place, and the framework is also in place. There's also a framework and the balance scorecard, and these have been introduced, and they are working. Please follow up. Take them seriously. Take them seriously. We have also, we are now working on improving the standing orders. Cabinet decided that public service must make improvements in the standing orders to at least give the supervisors some decisive role. You are supervising some people. You are the cow. You're supervising these HR, you have a whole, but this fellow becomes very difficult for you. You can't do much because the standing order say you must warn this person orally. Now, Mr. Chebet, I am warning you, you have been coming late many times. Please stop that. Okay? You must warn that fellow how many times according to the standing orders? At least 3 times orally. And 3 times you don't do it like the Islamic way. That, you know, when a Muslim wants to divorce his wife, he will say, okay, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce 4 times, and that's it, and then it takes effect. No. First time, you wait for another 3 months. Then, what I told you, you are still, then second time, 3 months. Third time, those are now 9 months. The fellow is persisting. Next step is now to ask that person, show cause in writing why I should not do what? Discipline you. So the fellow now, it takes about 1 month before the fellow writes, justifying you have no cause to discipline me and so on. You know, the other time I didn't come, I had lost my aunt, and you know, I am the clan head. There were even traditional things affecting my head. Then the committee will now sit. Now look, this is the justification. Okay, but you must improve. Wait for another 3 months. No, that's already a year gone. And then eventually when you decide on interdiction, please, I'm interdicting you because of this gross misconduct or whatever. Okay, fine. Then you must carry out an investigation. Okay? Then this person must be heard. And he can also get in a lawyer. So he goes and hires a law firm. Patrick and Paddy advocates. So they come in and they sit with you, and poor man, you are not even a lawyer. The fellow argues, according to this principle, so and so in 1827 in Barbados, this. So you cannot. And then if you insist, no, you must go, I am firing you. Then the fellow goes to court now. And the court sits and finds the fellow, you are unjustifiably dismissed. And therefore you must pay. The district must pay. And there are districts which have been paying. And actually even the fine is higher than the budget of the district. Yes. So the poor cow now runs to finance. Look, we did this. Now, the fellow, they are even attaching, and they have a very good word. They call it what? Garnishing. Garnishing. In fact, I never knew that such a word existed. Garnish. Garnishing. And they look at the most vulnerable. So they get the disgraders. They get... that they have now been attached unless you pay. And by the way, you pay with interest. This is the law we have put in place. You pay with what? Interest. And every day that passes, 30% interest. So the bill, which was 600 million, by the time you actually clear and get money from finance to do this, it has now gone to 1 billion. And then the man says he must be reinstated. Imagine. He must be reinstated. And how are you going to work with this fellow? He's saying, you see, he wanted to play around with me now. So you even don't want to look at him. This is the man who even took the district grader and was grading for funny fellows, got spoiled. We are now trying to take action, but now the court has cleared him, and we must pay. So no, cabinet law said, no. This cannot be allowed. We want to give more power. We want at least to equate it to what happens in the army. You know why the army is disciplined? Because the officer there is a field court-martial, there is a unit court-martial, and so on. Yeah, depending on the gravity. The officer there takes charge. You are given the due process, and you are found guilty, and you are punished. But not this kind of thing. Where we are taking people, we are praying, please, please, oh God, please, officer, you know, you behave well, you go and teach. Those ones, they will laugh at you. So cabinet is working on that, at least to give some power to the supervisors to take action and discipline these workers. And once they have taken a decision through the disciplinary committees, then this decision is going to be upheld. And you cannot not now go to any court and, you know, obtain very rich awards in a poor district of your own. You see? So we are going to work on that. And we shall need, of course, we are going to reach you also to put in some input. You know, because we don't want to take a decision of cutting the forest where the monkey has not been consulted. It is now common. The monkey should also be consulted. To say, yes, you want to cut this forest, but don't cut this particular tree. Say, it's all right. You can cut some other trees which are full of thorns, but keep this one where they are. Say, fine. But to bring discipline back into the service. And somebody who is in charge is also in charge and drives that power through the law. I am in charge of this, I'm the cow, I'm the HR. Yes, I have this power, this I can discipline you. And you have nowhere to crowd. Either you accept the disciplinary measures or you go. Leave the service, go. So this is happening. This is going to happen. And we are going to consult you. And very soon, public service was asked to present proposals, and they are going to be, I'm sure, in the cabinet, they are going to be accepted because, you know, the harm is everywhere. Workers are becoming impossible. They are. And they seem not to be. And then in private practice, the same workers, very disciplined. When they go out to work for, very disciplined. So why can't you use, we also use other means. If we are not going to fight you, but we can also fight through the pocket. Not so? Not so? Hey. Because if you lose something, 2-3 months, and you are paying back, next time you'll be disciplined. So these measures are going to be instituted. Things like ghosts. You put ghosts. Fortunately, the effort under HSM is going to help. And now capturing the real data, that is going to help. So the residual ghosts, which are still there, let them, please, allow them to die. You allow these ghosts to do what? To die completely. Otherwise, if they come up, there's going to be a process of burning these ghosts. And you, the medium of that ghost, you might be burnt in the process. Because people are now, hiring people on contract, there are some ministries which are known. Somebody comes in as an intern. Quietly, the fellow is hired there. For so many months, years, the fellow is there. He gets a pay, and so, which is also dangerous. There is no career growth for this person. This person will not qualify for pension. You are wasting his time or her time. During the time of the prime, the fellow is now working on some contract of some kind. Why don't we regularize? Leave all these things out. If it's internship, it's internship. When it's done, let the fellow, if they are advancement, let the fellow apply and be formally recruited. So all these things, we are trying to make sure they go. They go. These are improvements that are going on. And then, of course, we have also done the RAPEX rationalization, fine. There are issues you have proposed here. Somebody, a mineral officer. Yeah, you write up something. Particularly in those districts where there are minerals. Karamoja, Ntungamo, Bushenyi, Lamo, all these. You can propose something. And then we can discuss and see whether that can also be accommodated. And now we are saying if you put ghosts and allow them in, you will not hide under the cover of the service. It will be you, individually. And you bear the cross. Isn't that fair? Isn't it fair? You don't say, no, this is you. You, Mr. Rwamatete, you developed and cultivated 10 ghosts. And these ghosts have been eating money and they are very fat. So please, you answer for them. You pay for them. Vehicles. Yes, vehicles, you keep applying for vehicles, that's very good. Now we have put in a new format. You apply for vehicles, good. But you, first of all, before we approve, now it's been very easy. You apply, we approve. We now want you to supply some information. One, about the vehicle you want, and where it is going to work, which officer is going to use it. And now we want to know who is going to be driving it. You put there. Then you also tell us the inventory of these vehicles, how many now, when you get the 3 pickups. So what will be the total of your fleet now? Okay? Now, which ones are, spoiled? Give us, otherwise, I can assure you, we do not have a definite information, inventory of all the vehicles we have in the service. We don't. Yet people keep applying. Even when we put a ban, we said, okay, it was a limited ban since last year. You do not now, we can only allow you to ask for a vehicle in the security sector, a vehicle for in revenue. If you want to mobilize revenue, we shall give you a vehicle in health. You see, those I think are the 3 areas: security, revenue, health. The rest, you want a vehicle for chairman or cow, wait. You want a vehicle for your assistant, cow. So, but people have been applying, yet we don't know. How many actually do you have in the district? Which ones are up and running? Which ones are spoiled? So give that information. Once you feel that, then we clear and you procure the vehicles. So that we can now know that yes, in the entire service, we have maybe 1 million vehicles. These are pickups, these are station wagons, they are lorries and so on. And we also know now the drivers. Because there's also some confusion over there. One vehicle may have 4 drivers. What are the 3 drivers doing? And that's where problems come in. You have to pay them, then you begin juggling. This month you pay driver X. The other month you pay Y. And when the other driver Y complains, says, no, it's the machine, it ate your name. Then when he persists, no, it is a public service. You go and see some officer called so and so. When you get there, no, it is finance. So these drivers resort to vandalizing the vehicles. The fellow goes somewhere, you send him, and he now sees some quick job. He must transport some cows quickly to the market. So he loads some cows on the vehicle. takes them the market, gets something. Then there's firewood. And in the end, he removes a good tire and puts a bad one in play. After it is government vehicle. We shall not go very far. So we are asking now for this, and we know that, okay, these people now, by the way, even there should be a vehicle plan, not so? Hey, yes. In the medium term, how many vehicles should your district have? Then in the long term. And when you keep applying every year, you say, yeah, they budgeted for 400 vehicles in the district in the 5 years. They have so far now got 200. There's still a shortage. Please give them more. Okay? Hey, that's the way we are going to manage. And if anything goes wrong, then you individually, you will not say, please, Attorney General, help us. The other thing we are looking at is to have a public service culture. We are developing it. We have contacted consultants. We want a culture of the service, such that there is nothing. We have a set of traditions, we have a set of norms which we follow, and we don't even spend time arguing about them. We don't even question them. This is being developed. Once it is developed, it will be shared with you. We shall put it together, and we eventually, but one aspect of the culture is that the citizen is at the center. We are serving who? The citizen. The Ugandan, the citizen, will be at the center. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Finance attaches great importance to the workshops. And the Ministry is imploring you to be keen to ensure that your budgets are in line with the priorities of government, to grow the economy tenfold through strategic investments in ATMs and enablers. Now make sure you prepare your budget framework papers and submit them not later than the 14th of November 2025, in line with the guidelines, the legal times in the Public Finance Management Act. And in addition, I am urging you to finalize your respective development plans by the 31st of March 2026, so that timely budgetary releases for the financial 2026-27 are released. I'll take keen interest. Now I'm talking as Minister of Finance, by the way. So let me stand upright so that I will take keen interest in the challenges and the agreed solutions that will contribute to the development of appropriate intervention in financial year 2026-27 and the medium term. Lastly, I implore all accounting officers to help their respective political leaders to effectively participate in the budget preparation and execution process. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I declare this workshop open, and it is hereby opened. For God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And to appreciate the Honorable Minister again, let's say Asante Sana. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the second session, and I'm going to keep my promise because I know the energy levels are very low, and I would like us to break off for lunch, but we are coming back at 4:15 so that now we continue with the breakup sessions. So you're welcome for lunch. The administrative announcements could be that The vouchers, the coupons are ready with the planners, so please get your coupons and proceed for lunch. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on before you leave. We have a session, afternoon session, as you are aware, as is the norm for all workshops. We shall break off into 8 different groups that are categorized in terms of programs. Please look at the screen and see where you belong. Group 1 is tourism development. That will have Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Water, Ministry of Works. The respective departments are Trade, Industry, and Local Economic, TLED, Water Department, Roads and Engineering. The second group, group number 2, will have people from the manufacturing and private sector development. Those are respective MDAs. The departments are TLED, Roads and Engineering, Finance Department, and Planning Department. Group 3 will be Human Capital Development. That will have Education Department, Health Department, Community-Based, and Water. Group 4, Sustainable Urbanization and Housing, will have people from Natural Resource, Health Department, Education Department. Those 4 groups you're going to meet from within this conference hall. You'll divide amongst yourselves. I'll come around each group and share the reporting templates that we're supposed to present tomorrow for each group. Now, Group 5 has Agro-Industrialization, Production and Marketing Department, TLED, and Water. Group 6, Natural Resources, Environment, Climate Change, and Water Management, has the officers from Natural Resource Department and Water Department. Group 7, that is Integrated Transport Infrastructure and Services. That is people from Department of Roads and Engineering, Natural Resource, Water Department, Administration. Group 8, Regional Development, that's the Planning, Administration, Education, and Health. This is a sitting arrangement. Please pay attention to this because we shall not be able to, you'll have to know where you fall. Tomorrow you're going to be mandated to present from your respective groups. Group 1, as I've indicated, Group 1 to Group 4 will sit in the main hall. The chairperson of Group 1 will be Mayor Kawempe. I don't know if he's around or someone can inform him. The chairperson for Group 2 will be the Deputy RCC, Masaka City. Chairperson Group 3 will be the Mayor Nakawa. Chairperson Group 4 will be the Mayor Masaka City. Those 4 will sit within this group. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4. Group 5 up to Group 8 will sit. Then I think it's big enough. So Group 5 will be the Cow Nakasongola, Mr. Cow. Group 6 will be the RDC MPG. Group 7, the Mayor Kira Municipality. Group 8 will be the RDC of Nakasongola. So these are reference documents. I'm going to share the templates with your respective secretaries. The group will have a chairperson who will select a secretary. I'll share with the secretary a person who will be taking down the issues into that template that will be presented tomorrow. Please take note. So as we have lunch, let's quickly finish lunch and break into these groups. And also maybe another announcement is at 7. We shall have a small cocktail, so make sure you're done by then. Okay, thank you.
speak to the public. And the fourth estate is the representative of the public. So we have been inside. So we'd like to have a brief as it is for the person who is going to be having a news story in the evening to see what is going on and what government is doing. So we are having Mayor Serunjoji, then we are having the representative of Mayor Kampala, and then we have a commissioner from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I myself am a communications officer from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and my name is Shaka. So without wasting any time, we'd like to get a brief of what we have been doing for the last 1 month in the entire country. Honourable Minister, we have consulted the 146 districts of Uganda, including Kampala Capital City Authority. And we have all the ideas, and we have taken the strategy there. As we deliberated this afternoon, we really communicated, and we are in sync. So I'd like to invite you to address the media.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members of the media, good afternoon. We are here to complete one key process in the budget making process of the country. It is a requirement that before the national budget is passed, adequate consultations are made with all the stakeholders, not only the public servants, but also the private sector and the citizens, so that the government captures the priorities and the needs of the country, and therefore captures them, puts them together, and prioritizes them, and then they get into the process of allocating a budget or some money, so that eventually they are put into effect and they are executed for the good and the development of the country. So this here today is actually the climax. The process started in Munyonyo with the first budget called Circular, where the priorities and guidelines were presented by the Minister of Finance. And then consultations were rolled off with all the local governments in the country, including all the various stakeholders, private and public. And today, we are coming to the conclusion of that process. Then, of course, that doesn't end the whole process. Then there will be another process of now looking at the key priority areas which should be focused on. And there are guidelines, of course, like the National Development Plan 4, we have the manifesto, and we have actually the other priorities which are expected to grow the economy. And then, of course, the enablers of that economy. So the 2 days or 3 days this team has been here, has actually, they have been spent in looking at these issues, seeing in the next budget, next year's budget, where should we put priority, what focus, but also where do we want the economy to go, and therefore what should we do. It has been agreed that in the next 4 or 5 years, our economy must grow tenfold, from an economy of 50 billion US dollars to an economy of 500 billion. And it should focus not only on agro-industrialization, but also on science and technology. It should focus also on having a good, healthy population, because these are some of the enablers, plus other enablers like transport, power, energy, and so on. So that's why today we are here, and we have a cross-section of interested people, key stakeholders, the local government leaders, we have the workers in Ministry of Finance, and also ministers like us, plus of course the civil society. And from what has gone on
I think consensus is building. It's building that, yes, one, we need to grow the economy so that we can be better. We have a better living, we make better earnings. Two, yes, we need to spend money on some key areas, some of which I've elaborated, mentioned above. Three, that there is need for proper and careful planning. Four, that the people who are going to execute this, especially in terms of service delivery, must also be key, and they must know what they are going to do, so that they can do whatever they have to do, both the technical and the political. That we really now systematically move and achieve our goals in the next financial year, and we continue building on. Then we have also looked at the challenges, the constraints, both some of which are still here, but maybe even the others which may arise in the course of the execution of the budget in the following year. And we try to see what solutions we can make, because we also take advantage of what happened last year. The challenges were raised. We have seen, at least we have now an example of the execution of the budget, and then this informs our course of action in the next budget that is going to come 26, 27. Yes.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Mayor, People's Choice, I would like you to give us how you are aligned to the strategy that is disseminated and what you have to tell government in seeing that we achieve the dream of the $500 billion.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Emmanuel Serunjoji Owedembe, the Mayor of Kawempe Division, attending the Region National Budget Conference here at RIDA. Yeah, it's a good gesture, and I've been attending this consultative meeting where local governments also present their priorities to the Ministry of Finance. And it's the same forum where we receive the central government priorities, and our onus is on us to disseminate the information to the communities. And it's good news to hear that the government is eager and ready to make sure that development in Uganda or the whole country goes up from $50 to $500 million. That is a good gesture. And we are sure that it's not out of the blue. They have already spotted where the money will come from. And that means a translation of many issues into development, into actual. When we talk about education, of course, it's money which we need. How can we raise the standard of education and make sure that we don't get problems? How the well-being of our communities are catered for, social services and the rest. So we are eager to see development in the city, and as leaders, we are ready to support the initiative.
Thank you so much. Kampala Capital City Authority is fully represented, being in local government. We'd like to hear how you have aligned yourself to this big dream as well.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, viewers. As a representative of Mayor Kampala Central, Uhuru Salim, my name is Saurengeje Simon Peter, Executive Secretary of Works. Now, in alignment of our budget, it's very important. First of all, I want to appreciate the government for inclusive effort, that we are all being put together as stakeholders. So there's no one who's going to run away to say, the budget I wasn't involved, or the sources of income that are going to generation of revenue I wasn't involved. We are all involved. Now, at this moment, what's so important that once the budget is emanated from a technical side, it is now the political will that matters, so that this budget can be implemented and trickles down to the people, and people realize the services as it deserves. So I want to thank the minister and also all the people of Uganda that they should be ready. As the government rolling out these programs, we will be able to monitor. The only challenge we have sometimes is say eyes on and hands off. But this time we shall try to put both to ensure that our people get the services. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, to the media, let us agree. The Ministry of Finance is receiving all the comments, and we are very happy that we are working with people. So what we are going to do right now, we'd like to have questions in Uganda, because we don't want to get questions in English, and then you say, Minister, give us Uganda. Is that okay? If you have a question to the Honorable Minister or to any of the representatives, please put up your hand, tell us your names, the media house you're working for, then you shoot your question.
Thank you. My name is Edward, Honorable Minister.
Your name? Where you
My name is
from?
Edward Bakuma. I work for Dream TV. As a journalist, I've at least attended several meetings of this kind every financial year. But the problems keep recurring. Every financial year, no understaffing, no roads, no hospitals, over and over again. Do these meetings yield anything before budgets are passed?
Yes, they do. Others, if they were just a mere empty ritual, they would have stopped a long time ago. Enkiiko zino mulimu kinene ekyamaanyi ekizivaamu. Wadde buli mwaka ebintu ebitunulwako birabika nga bye bimu. Malwaliro, masomero, nguudo, bwe bityo. Ate tekitegeeza nti bwe byogerwako tewali kikoleddwa. Buli mwaka mu buli sekita waliwo ekyongerwako. Amalwaliro, okatukaye ng'amalwaliro, omwaka guno gw'ebyensimbi malwaliro mangi agazimbiddwa era ne gateekebwamu n'abakozi. Kwega okusinziira ku nkola eyakkirizibwako nti at least buli gombolola libeeremu n'eddwaliro eriri ku ddaala erya Health Center 3. Malwaliro agazimbibwa mu program eziwerako mangi. Then n'amasomero aga senior seed schools mangi agongeddwako. Era nga bw'oli media okimanyi nti public service ewandiisa abakozi omwaka guno gwennyini mu kitongole ky'ebyobulamu ne mbasomesa. Era nakati interviews zikyagenda mu maaso. Then n'ebitongole ebirala biwandiika. So ekirungi ekiri mu kino nti bwe tutuula ne twogera okusooka tulaba nti omwaka guli bisoomoozo ki bye twalaba nti waaliwo abakozi baali tebawera. Emisaala waaliwo kwegamba abakozi baali bangi ng'abamu tebafunye misaala and so on. Kakati netulaba nti ensonga etukoze tutya. Era ne mu workshop luno kizze batugamba nti omwaka guli waliwo sente ntono nnyo ku bantu baffe ba extension worker. Naye finance yagenda mu maaso neteekawo sente exception worker ne bafuna sente ne batandika okukola. So ekirungi ekiri mu kino nti yes okugenda mu maaso kwesigama ku ebyo ebituukiddwako emabega ne tulaba n'okusoomooza okuliwo kakati omwaka ogujja tukoze tutya. Tubadde n'abakozi katugambe ng'abakozi tubadde n'abakozi 2 naye twetaaga abakozi 5. Sente zaffe ze tulina sisobola kuwandiikako ku 2 tusobola kwongerako 10 omwaka ogujja. Ekyo nekikolebwa. So okutuula wano ne twogera n'okwebuuzaako si kwa kumala biseera era kwa mugaso nnyo.
Ensonga esinga okutawaanya local government okussa mu nkola ebateekeddwa okukola ebbula ly'abakozi. You are the Minister for Public Service. They keep complaining that you have blocked them from hiring staff because of financial implications. Kinatambula kitanga tewali bakozi mu ntongole ya gavumenti.
Kwegambibwa okusooka si kituufu nti tewali bakozi. Njagala tukkaanye ku ekyo. Wadde acting era bakozi. So tukanye ku ekyo nti abakozi we bali. Wabula kyewandigambye nti abakozi abaliwo tebamala. Okay? Lwaki tebamala nti ssente ez'okubawa emisaala nazo teziriiwo bulungi. Naye ekirungi ekitegeerekeka nti yes buli mwaka tugenda tukola kitwongerako ku bakozi abo abeetaagisa. Era kino kikoleddwa. Era ne bwe twogerera wano Public Service Commission ziri mu kaweefube kati kukozesa interview abakozi abajja okwongerwako. Wabaddewo program ya graduate recruitment. Era baakamala okukola interview esookerwako ez'okusunsulamu kati bagenda ku stage endala interview ez'okutta ebibuuzo eby'omumwa. So abakozi bajja okusinziira ku ssente eziba ziriwo. Era bino byonna bijjira mu budget. Kuba singa tobudgetinga tokola nteekateeka ntuufu ojja oyinza okwesanga owandiisa abakozi abangi ennyo ate ku nkomi n'otosobola kubawa misaala. Oba batono nnyo ssente ate nezisigalawo. So wadde of course local government zandyagadde abakozi bonna nga naawe bw'oyagala nti oyagala njagala abakozi bange njagala 100 ku 100. Naye bw'obeera nga ssente z'ogenda obasasuza emisaala teziriiwo bulungi 100 ku 100 toyinza batwala otwalako kale 20 ne bakola naye ate 20 gasinga 0. So bwekityo bwe kiri kati in fact kati wetwogera wano service commissions ziri mu kuinterviewinga. Tuli ku stage ey'okusunsulamu aptitude era eneetera okuggwa. Abakozi baffe si mu masomero wokka naye ne mu byobulamu abakozi mu sector endala immigration ngezo internal affairs foreign affairs ensonga ez'ebweru ne finance yennyini era interviews zikoleddwa then ne mu local government. So waliwo ekigenda mu maaso. Twandyagadde tujjuze ebifo byonna naye olw'okuba ssente teziriwo bulungi katujjuzeeko at least 20%. N'omwaka ogujja tuteekeyo era kale eryo essuubi ligenda eddala waggulu nnyo kubanga kikanyizaako. Ensonga endala gye twakkaanyaako ti gavumenti ejja kutandika okuzimba amayumba agaba nga bwe kyali emyaka giri emabega. Omusomesa kati asula eddala wa ku ssomero kino okwegamba ebitongole nga ekyobusomesa ebyobulamu abasirikale tekikola bulungi tibayinza obutaweza bulungi nga bapangisa ate nga mu bifo ebimu bapangisa awatali na mayumba gategerekeka ate nga batambula kuva wala. So ekyo nakyo kyakanyiziddwako era mu mwaka by'ensimbi ogujja kino kijja kutandika okukola. Waliwo n'ensonga endala gye twakkaanyaako eyo nduga nti kasooke gavumenti esooke gyetegeeze Ministry of Finance baga nti banaye okusasula omusolo guno ku nnyingiza pay as you earn kibakeketulako ssente nnyingi ku nkono ne basigaza busente butono. Lwaki omusolo ogwo teguvaawo ku basomesa? Gavumenti nega nti okay katukirabe engeri gye kiyinza okukolebwamu kinaasoboka tekiisoboke. Ekyo kikyali mu kutunuulirwa. Ensonga endala yali nti yes lwaki gavumenti teyambako okusomesa ku baana b'abasomesa bana bebeezaalira bana. Era nega nti okay Ministry of Education ne Finance mukitunuulire mulabe tumuveeyo n'amagezi engeri kintu kino kiyinza okikola. So n'olwekyo ensonga eyo yo kati tekyali nsonga tekyetaaga na kuteesebwako wadde nga bwekityo bwe kiri. Ate muvuddeyo ku wamu ku bakulembeze b'abasomesa abakomyemu omuliro mu basomesa bagaana okukola beediimye. Era wetwogerera wano kati abasomesa beediimye kino tetukitegeera lwaki kubanga ensonga ebeddiimiza twagikolako dda abasomesa okuva lwe twatandika okwongeza emisaala twakabongeza emirundi egi 3 naye nga waliwo abakozi bangi abatongezebwanga misaala okuva 2014 olabye so tugenda basomesa bannaffe bannange muleke kwediima muleke nakubonyaabonya ggwanga lyaffe naddala mu kaseera kano ng'abaana bagenda kukola ebibuuzo ebisembayo ebibajja okubajjulula okugenda mu levo endala oli omusomesa wasaliddewo bakama baabwe bagaa nti affe tetujja kukola kikusomesa twebuuza kigendererwa ki mwagala kubonyaabonya ggwanga mwagala kukona abaana baffe bakone kiki ate ng'ensonga gye muliko twakola ki twagikanyako dda olabi twagambye nti oke twogedde nabo netubegayirira tubakubira omulanga baddeyo basomese siyo ne bagaana ndowooza ebimu era badde boogera nammwe wano ba press ebimu tubisoma bonna nti ate tujja kugira ffe oke fine tubawadde wiiki egi baddeyo basomese anaagaana okuddayo tujja kitegeera nti tebakyayagala ki mulimu gwa busomesa then tukole ekirala ekiddirira ndowooza ekyo kiri fire enough oyagala nkusasula miliyoni 5 ku mulimu ze ŋŋambe 5 sizirina nina 3 okay kakati awo tulemaganiddwa oba wampa 3 sijja kukola kale genda kanoonyeyo omuntu anaakolera emiliyoni emeka 3 kyekyo naye tubadde wiiki egi era tubasabaddeyo anaabaaganyi okay agaane tujja kutegeera nti akyayagala kukolera gavumenti.
My name is from NBS, the leaders of Kampala. Are you fully satisfied with the implementation of these items?
Yeah, I can't say we are fully satisfied because it's only this year when we are getting about 900 billions. But as a city, which is the main contributor of the funds used by the government, time and again we've been requesting for at least 3% or 2% of the money collected from the city. You are aware that about 70% of the GDP is collected from the central, or from KCC or from the city. And our plea is, and we are still asking the Minister of Finance and the government, at least to give us 3 trillions or 2 trillions so that we can execute our duties promptly or properly. But the Honorable Minister and the members, Kampala capital city is still trying for enhancement of the funds for the problems we have, because we have quite a number of problems compared to other areas. This is the only capital city we have. The roads, the services we offer are more, and the people we have are more than any other district. That's why we are, all time and again, we've been crying for enhancement of our budget.
Muruganda, naye ekibuuzo ekyo.
Yeah, kesisenga ekibuga tukyayogera tetunnaba kubeera basanyufu oba tetunnamatira na muwendo gwa nsimbi gutuweebwa. Kimanyiddwa nti ekibuga Kampala kyekisoolozebwamu omusolo ogusinga obungi okusinziira ku statistics zetulina. Ebitundu nga 7 ku 10 ku nsimbi gavumenti zeesolooza ezijja mu kibuga ekikulu Kampala mwezisolooza. Batuwadde ku mulundi guno gwe Lukago batuwaddeyo biliyoni eziwera 9 naye era nga nazo zikyali wansi nnyo okusinziira ku bungi bw'ensimbi bwe twetaaga n'ebizibu bye tulina. Kino kye kibuga kyokka ekikulu kye tulina mu ggwanga. Ebizibu byakyo bingi kuba kye kisinga okubeera n'abantu abangi. Ebizibu ng'ebyenguudo, eby'amataba, ebyaki byetaaga ensimbi eziwerako ddala. So tusaba gavumenti etuwe waakiri 3%, ebitundu 3 ku nsimbi ze basolooza mu kibuga, tusobola okuba nga tutuusaako abantu baffe services ze baagala. Twabala ensimbi ezo nga tugamba tufuna trillioni nga 2 oba 3 omwaka gw'ebyensimbi tusobola okutuusaako bannayuganda services zisobola okubabeezaako wadde.
Honourable Minister, thank you so much. We are very grateful to the port media. We shall always continue to engage. Implementations are underway. Services are coming. We are enlarging. Honourable Minister has just told you that each and every day we get a new discipline in execution of service. Where we had like one office, we are developing and we find that we have another discipline that requires for other officers. So we are sure the brief has been very, very concise, and we thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.